One night, a friend and I were bored, so we went to the local abandoned hospital. There was a large staircase spiraling up to the roof on the outside of the building. There was a locked door at the bottom, so the only way up was to climb on the outside. My buddy boosted me up. I climbed over. I noticed there was a sleeping bag with a steak knife next to it on the landing. I mentioned to my friend, we're definitely not alone here, dude. No, but it's cool, says a voice behind me, scaring the life out of me and causing me to jump and whirl around. There's a young, dirty, homeless-looking guy standing there, coming down the stairs from above. Hands up, palms out. Didn't mean to scare you. He takes a seat on the stairs, so I carefully step on the handle of the knife, lean over the edge, and pull my friend up. We had planned to sit on the roof and drink beer, so we offer the guy a beer, which he gratefully accepts, and we chat for a while. We're talking about the city, the cops, traveling, life in general. He's basically a drifter, been in town for a week or so, but a nice guy. Things are going pretty well, but then he asks, "You guys are human, right?" I hate it when I meet people that end up being aliens, and you never know until you peel their skin off. They've been after me a long time, you know. They don't stop. They never stop. Sometimes I think I should just kill everyone to be safe. He's definitely not joking, and there's an uncomfortable silence as my friend and I realize this guy is crazy. "Yeah, man," I say. "We're human. We just wanted to check out the place and drink some beer. We're gonna go ahead and move on now. We definitely don't want any trouble." He just stares in silence, so we leave him the last beer, carefully back away, jump down, and walk away very quickly, constantly looking back over our shoulders. The entire time, he's just standing there, still and silent, watching us leave. That place is still abandoned 5 years later, and we've never been back. I'm not a believer in the supernatural, but humans can be deceptive and dangerous in ways you cannot see coming. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. I just got home from work one day in midwinter. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I'd never smelled that before around that house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I just ignored it and went inside. I'd just gotten off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away, because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text, but my phone had no notifications. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple of seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway, past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside of the attic when I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away, and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. The man in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down. When I got out of the closet, I saw the person had completely trashed my house, which was no surprise considering the noise. I walked straight to my landline and called the police. I expected this person would have inevitably stolen a lot of my valuable items, but as far as I could tell, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along my fence line, so they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. Days following, I started practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet, and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been a bit slower getting to the attic, or if he hadn't gone into the bathroom at the end of the hall first. This happened when I was 21 years old. There was a series of break-ins in my area at this time, and some of my neighbours were robbed at knife point. At the time of this incident, no one had been caught for these crimes yet, so everyone was on high alert. One night, I was home alone, and something woke me up about 1 a.m. I laid in bed, awake, alert, and listening. I didn't hear anything else, so I laughed at myself and assumed that I must have been dreaming. I went to my kitchen to get a cold drink. My kitchen windows have no blinds, and therefore anyone in my backyard can see in. I have a backdoor light that I always keep on at nights. As I closed my refrigerator door, I noticed a man peering into my house. He probably climbed over my back wall. I could see him holding something shiny in his hand. I was really scared at this point and wasn't sure of what to do. I pretended I didn't see him and opened my refrigerator door again and took out half a watermelon that was in there and grabbed a knife. I placed the watermelon on the kitchen counter. Then, with the most maniacal and sick grin that I could muster, I started stabbing the watermelon on the open half. The watermelon juice got everywhere. I laughed hysterically as I stabbed and stabbed at it, mainly because I was really scared and truly hysterical at this point. With my clothes and hands dripping with watermelon juice, I turned towards the window and raised my knife to above my shoulders. He was still there. I walked towards him, gripping my kitchen knife tightly in my hands. He ran, screaming like a crazed maniac, into the night. His screams woke the neighbours, who shouted for us to be quiet. I never called the police, mainly because I didn't know what to tell them. I didn't want to admit that I would have tried my best to stab that man had he not run away. I slept with my knife that night, just in case he had the nerve to try and return. A young girl is babysitting for a wealthy family. She has been invited to stay at their mansion and take care of their young daughter. This mansion has many rooms, and the father has a specific rule for her. Once their daughter has been put to bed, she must stay in this one particular room and watch some TV for the night, as he does not want her wandering around the mansion. The babysitter does as she's told, puts the little girl down to sleep, walks to the specific room, and settles in to watch some TV. Over time, she finds herself increasingly distracted by a rather large clown doll in the corner of the room. She tries to ignore it for as long as possible, but she feels like this doll is staring right at her. It starts freaking her out so much that she can no longer handle it. She gets her phone and messages the parents, asking if she can move the doll into storage, or at least out of view. The parents immediately respond with a confusing message. They inform her that they do not own a clown doll. This happened to me when I was a child back in the 90s. I was probably about 8 years old. My family lived on a couple of acres in the country, your standard farmhouse surrounded by basic fencing with a thick forest behind our house. With growing up in the sticks and my dad being an avid hunter, I was taught to be aware of my surroundings, always on the lookout for wild animals and things like that. I was taught not to wander off without telling an adult and not to trust strangers. As a kid, I thought the woods were creepy. There was no way in hell I would have went into them by myself. I'd seen way too many scary movies. One day, I was playing outside when I heard my mum calling for me. But the odd thing was, her voice was coming from the woods behind our house. This was a little weird. Why would my mum be in the woods right now? I decided to climb over the fence and investigate. I started walking towards my mum's voice. Out of the blue, I felt like I was being watched. I instantly had a bad feeling about this whole thing. I started to wonder how my mum got into the woods in the first place without going past me. I turned and quickly ran back to the house. When the house was in view, I got a shock. I could see into my house through our back window, and there was my mum. Who, or what, was calling me into the woods? "17-year-old Rosemary Anderson is walking down a suburban road, visibly agitated. A car is soon driving alongside her. It is her 19-year-old boyfriend, John Button. They were previously at John's parents' house when they got into an argument and Rosemary decided to walk home. John had caught up to her in his car, apologizing and asking her to get into the car. Rosemary refuses and insists on walking home. John lets her walk, and eventually, Rosemary disappeared under a train track subway. He smoked a cigarette and waited. He knew that on the other side was a deserted industrial strip. He believed this area may make her change her mind. Roughly 5 minutes later, he got into his car and attempted to catch up with her. He spotted her lying on the ground several meters from the road, severely injured. Rosemary would succumb to these injuries. John was interviewed by police and insisted that Rosemary was murdered by a crazed hit-and-run driver. The police agreed, but they felt John was the driver. John was eventually coerced into signing a statement written by the detectives, which essentially made him solely responsible for the death of Rosemary. John was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years hard labor. A couple are out on a walk one afternoon. The woman notices something behind a bush. She immediately calls the police. The police quickly arrive and they discover a rifle hidden behind the bush. Police were on high alert at this point in time. There was an unknown killer responsible for 5 murders on Australia Day that same year, and he was still on the loose. This mysterious man was dubbed the Night Caller and also the Nedlands Monster. The police tested the rifle and a ballistics test confirmed it was the weapon which was used to commit the murder of Shirley MacLeod. The police decided to do something unorthodox. They decided to leave the rifle as it was left, but instead replacing it with a dummy replica. Police were to conduct stakeouts in the hope that the killer would return to retrieve their lost weapon. After 17 days and 17 nights waiting in the cold, dead night, police would soon reap their rewards. At roughly 1 a.m., a car approaches near the location of the dummy weapon and stops. A shadowy figure exits the vehicle, walks towards the bush, and reaches for the weapon. Officers quickly swoop on the man, and he is apprehended. The police have arrested a man named Eric Edgar Cook. After being interviewed, Cook confessed to the murder of Shirley MacLeod that same day. Soon after, Cook confessed to the Australia Day murders as well. He had been behind the wheel for vicious hit and runs stretching back to September 1958. Cook later confessed to 8 murders, 14 attempted murders, and breaking into more than 250 homes. Of the 8 murders Cook confessed to, one of them was Rosemary Anderson. He provided great detail of how he had spotted her just after she'd walked under the subway, waited for the traffic to clear, then lined her up with a car he had stolen that night. As would be expected, John Button appealed on the basis of this confession. Cook gave evidence at the appeal, but the judges, already sickened by the details of his other crimes, refused to believe anything he said. They said he was inventing the story to delay the death sentence he had been handed for his other murders. Eric Edgar Cook was hanged in October 1964. John Button was released from jail after 5 years, but was still deemed the one responsible for Rosemary's death. After years of fighting for his innocence, John Button's conviction was eventually quashed, but not until 2002. John received compensation for his wrongful conviction, and justice was eventually served. A man and woman romantically involved decide to go for a drive. They happen upon a lover's lane and decide to park and relax. The new couple chat through the night and cuddle in the car with the radio playing. Suddenly, the music on the radio was interrupted by a news bulletin. It warns that a serial killer has just escaped a nearby institution. Immediately after hearing this news, the woman spots a man staring at them from the woods. The ominous man stands nearby watching them. Eventually, the boyfriend in the car is fed up of this stranger's antics and exits the vehicle with the intention of confronting the stranger. The woman watches on as he walks away, but can't bear to look anymore. Terrified, she closes her eyes and waits for him to return. She is startled by the noise of tapping on her car window. She is relieved to see her boyfriend looking at her from the car window. But horror soon sets in. She realizes her boyfriend's head is attached to a hook. His severed head is dangling from the hook of a deranged killer. Her worst fears realized, the woman takes solace that she is inside the car with the doors locked. She looks out at the hookman and is shocked to see him holding the keys to the car. The fate of the woman is unknown. Frederick Valentich, a 20-year-old Australian pilot, is about to embark on a training flight in Melbourne. He is scheduled to fly from Moorabbin Airport to King Island. He is to fly over the Bass Strait. Valentich has clocked 150 hours of flying time so far and is studying to become a commercial pilot. He had recently been reprimanded for disciplinary issues whilst flying, which included intentionally flying through a cloud. Whilst Valentich was flying over the Bass Strait, the Melbourne Flight Service received communication from him at 7:06 p.m. He reported that an unidentified aircraft was following him. He was told there was no known traffic at that level. Valentich said that he could see a large, unknown aircraft which appeared to be illuminated by 4 bright landing lights. He was unable to confirm its type, but said it had passed about 1,000 feet overhead and was moving at high speed. Valentich then reported that the aircraft was approaching him from the east and said the other pilot might be purposely trying to toy with him. Valentich said the aircraft was orbiting above him and that it had shiny metal surface and a green light on it. Valentich then reported that he was experiencing engine problems. Asking to identify the aircraft, Valentich radioed, "It's not an aircraft." His transmission was then interrupted by unidentified noise, described as metallic scraping sounds, before all contact was lost. A sea and air search was undertaken, and despite an extensive search, they ceased on the 25th of October 1978, without result. It has been proposed that Valentich staged his own disappearance, landing his plane at Cape Otway. Melbourne police received reports of a light aircraft making a mysterious landing not far from Cape Otway at the same time as Valentich's disappearance. Another proposed explanation is that Valentich became disoriented and was flying upside down. If this were the case, the lights he thought he saw would be his own aircraft lights reflected in the water. He then would have crashed into the water. However, the plane he was piloting could not have flown inverted for long, as it has a gravity feed fuel system, meaning that its engine would have cut out very quickly. UFOlogists have speculated that extraterrestrials either destroyed Valentich's aircraft or abducted him, asserting that some individuals reported seeing an erratically moving green light in the sky. UFOlogists believe these accounts are significant because of the green light mentioned in Valentich's radio transmissions. There are currently no clear answers as to what happened to Valentich. Was he the architect of his own disappearance? Did he get disoriented mid-flight? Or was he taken by an unknown entity? We may never know. It was a cold and rainy day. A storm had just passed through a local town in Oregon, USA. A logger was walking through a sawmill when they slipped and suddenly came into contact with one of the saw blades. This left the man severely wounded, deep cuts throughout his body. Colleagues were quick to call an ambulance. Medics arrived quickly, and after seeing the severity of the cuts, wrapped his entire body in bandages. The ambulance rushed off to the hospital, but due to their haste and underestimating the severity of the weather, the slippery road caused them to crash. A short time later, police arrived, finding the medics unconscious and the man, wrapped in bandages, gone. A search was conducted for 3 days before it was called off. There were no reports of him wandering into a hospital, no sightings anywhere. The only thing ever found was a small piece of bloody bandage. Several years later, a young couple parked their car along a secluded section late at night. The couple were unaware that this was the same location where the ambulance had crashed that fateful night. Moments after parking, the two heard suspicious noises coming from the nearby woods, but quickly contributed it to the wind. Within an instant, a smell of rotting flesh overtook the two as the car shook as if someone was on the car. Looking through the rearview mirror, they were terrified to see a man covered in bloody bandages staring back at them. The bandaged man began yelling out and banging on the top of the car. The driver started up the car and sped off, swerving down the road, trying to lose the bandaged stranger. When they finally stopped and turned back, the bandaged man was gone. After driving to a well-lit area, the driver crept out of the car and searched the area. There, he found a torn piece of a bloody bandage. The neighborhood babysitter is sitting on a couch, reading her favorite book. She has tucked in the child for the night. This was no issue as she went straight to sleep. The babysitter continues reading when suddenly the phone rings. The babysitter assumes it must be the parents, checking in on the welfare of the child. She answers the phone.
Hello?
Check the children.
The babysitter dismisses the call as a harmless prank, sits down, and continues reading. Minutes later, the phone rings again. The babysitter answers. The heavy breathing and giggling freaks the babysitter out. She hangs up again. The caller continues to terrorize the babysitter, calling numerous times. The babysitter becomes increasingly terrified and elects to call her local police. The police inform her that they're going to trace the next call. The stranger calls again, continuing to taunt the babysitter. The babysitter hangs up again, and the police immediately call her back. They advise her to get out of the house right away. She runs out of the house and meets up with the police. They inform the babysitter that the calls were coming from inside the house. The police storm the house. They drag out a man who is completely transfixed with the babysitter. He walks by her, staring and smiling, eventually saying,
"See you soon."
They tell the babysitter that the stranger had killed the child and was calling her after committing the act. A woman is driving alone late at night. She looks in her rearview mirror and notices a car approaching her. She realizes this car is getting awfully close to her. Suddenly, the car starts flashing its high beams at her and continues tailgating. She looks in her mirror again and looks at the driver. A disheveled man is going crazy, gesturing at her to pull over. Scared of the overall appearance of the man, the woman ignores him and continues driving. The car eventually pulls away. The woman arrives home and turns her car off. Immediately, she notices a man sitting in her back seat, smiling ominously. It suddenly dawns on her, the man following her earlier wasn't trying to harm her, he was trying to warn her. Each time the man in the back seat would try to attack the woman, the man in the car would flash his high beams, causing him to duck back down. But the man in the car is not there to help her anymore. John Henry Patterson has been commissioned by the Uganda Railway Committee in London to oversee the construction of a railway bridge over the Tsavo River. Tsavo is 132 miles from the coast of what is now Kenya, located in East Africa. Upon his arrival, Patterson had heard stories of man-eating lions attacking civilians and railway workers. There was one story of an Indian trader who was riding along with his donkey when a lion sprang out on him, knocking him and the donkey to the ground. The donkey was badly wounded, and the lion was just about to seize the trader when, in a twist of fate, his paws got tangled in a rope which had two tins that were originally strung across the donkey's neck. The rattle and clatter gave the lion such a fright that he bolted. Patterson did not immediately buy into these stories. John believed these men may have been victims of foul play by their colleagues, the motivation being financial gain. However, this theory was quickly dispelled. One night, an Indian worker was resting in his tent. There were also other men resting. The worker began hearing some suspicious noises outside. He soon realized they were being stalked by a lion. The lion quickly pounced and seized one of the men in the tent, who happened to be the closest to the opening. The lion grabbed the man by the throat and dragged him away. The next morning, Patterson investigated the area and concluded that a lion was the most likely culprit. It is the custom of a lion to tear the flesh as well as licking the skin off so as to get to the fresh blood. This lion was no different with his victims. Only the head was left intact, apart from the tusks from the lion which was used to carry him off. Patterson would soon realize that there were not one, but two man-eating lions. At first, they were not always successful in their attempts to carry off a victim. As time went on, they stopped at nothing and braved any danger to obtain their favorite food. Their methods became so unreal and their man-stalking so well-timed and certain of success that the workmen didn't believe they were real animals, but devils in lion shape. All the workers in Tsavo began building giant bomas around their camps in a bid to block the lions from attacking them. This would not always keep them out. The lions, as a rule, would only have one of them make the attack, while the other waited on the outside for their meal. However, as time went by, their tactics changed, and they would each enter a camp and seize a victim. To avoid the lions, a bunch of Indian workers would stay in a tree. One night the lions entered a campsite, and in fear, a bunch of workers descended for the tree. The extra weight actually made the tree fall to the ground, taking all of the terrified workers with them. Luckily for them, the lions had already seized a victim and were too busy devouring it to take notice of the fallen tree. Patterson decided it was time to make a trap in a bid to lure the lions and end their reign of terror. He constructed what is best described as a container, which was split into two parts. One part was for a worker to remain with a weapon. The other part was the trap for the lion. The worker would be safe on their side of the container. If the lion was to enter from the other side, his weight would trigger a spring, which would lead to a door closing, locking the lion in and giving the worker a clear shot to kill. A strong boma was built around the tent to deceive the lions, and one small entrance was made right at the entrance for the lions. Nearby, a hospital assistant was working at the Tsavo hospital. This hospital was protected by a good thick boma and looked rather secure. The assistant heard an odd noise and opened their tent to see what it was. They were horrified to see a lion standing only a few feet away, looking at him. The fence was not strong enough to keep this lion out. The lion made a spring towards him, which made the assistant jump back in fear. He fell back onto a box containing medical gear, which made a really loud smashing noise. The lion was startled for a moment, and this made him run off to another part of the camp. The lion moved to another tent, which unfortunately had 8 patients of the hospital inside. 2 of them were badly wounded, and a third was seized and dragged off. One night, Patterson was in his tent when he heard a loud thud. He knew exactly what he had heard. It was the sound of the trap door clattering down. Finally, Patterson thought to himself, we'll finally be rid of at least one of these beasts. There was one man inside the container, armed with a weapon. He was given orders to shoot once the lion had entered the trap. However, once the lion did enter the cage, the man was so terrified, as the lion had begun trying to attack him and was gnawing at the cage bars. He could not muster the courage to fire at the beast. Eventually, he summoned the courage and started firing with a vengeance. However, instead of hitting their target, he succeeded in blowing away one of the cage bars, which created an opening which the lion took full advantage, disappearing into the night. In December 1898, the lions brought work on the bridge to a complete standstill for 3 weeks. Patterson had previously vowed to remove these lions from the area, and now that work had ceased, he needed to end this now. A few nights following the incident with the trap, Patterson is approached by a man who tells him that the lions are attacking a nearby campsite. Patterson grabs his rifle and rushes to the scene. Not far from the site, he notices the lions in a clearing, devouring a donkey which they had seized. As they approach the lions, the man with Patterson steps on a twig. This alerts the lions, who roar angrily and run away. Patterson inspects the lions' half-eaten meal and comes up with a plan. Noting there were no nearby trees, Patterson had a staging erected some 10 feet from the donkey in anticipation of the lions returning to finish their meal. At sundown, Patterson took his position, alone. As the night went on, Patterson hears the noise of a broken twig. However, instead of the lion approaching the half-eaten donkey as Patterson anticipated, the lion instead started hunting him. The lion slowly crept round and round Patterson's structure. Patterson expected the lion to rush the structure at any moment, something which he did not account for, meaning it would easily buckle under any pressure, sending him to the ground. But the lion never attacked. As time went on, Patterson fell to a light sleep. Suddenly, he is woken to a great smack in the head. Patterson feared that the lion has attempted a great jump in order to reach him. His fears are quickly dispelled when he realized he had actually been hit by an owl, mistaking him for a tree branch. He gathers his wits, and upon looking around, notices the outline of a lion. He quickly takes careful aim and pulls the trigger. The sound of the shot was followed by a magnificent roar, and the lion bolted. Roars turned to groans, groans turned to sighs, and eventually silence. The following day, the lion was found deceased. Although there was triumph amongst the camps of one of the lions being dealt with, there was still the issue of the other man-eater. Only a few nights later, the lone lion continued as usual, stalking human prey. However, it only made off with a goat this time. Again, Patterson followed and startled the lion during its meal, and it ran off. Like the first lion, he set up a structure near the unfinished meal and waited. The lion returned, and Patterson fired, injuring the lion as it ran off. The following day, they began searching for the lion. When walking through, he had heard an enormous growl. Patterson saw the lion glaring at him. Patterson fired, and instantly, the lion began charging at him. Patterson fired again and knocked the lion over, but it immediately got back up and continued charging. A third shot had no effect. Patterson, realizing the lion will not cease and eventually reach him, retreated to a nearby tree. From the tree, Patterson fired one final shot at the wounded lion. Patterson got down from the tree and approached the lion, but again, the lion got up and tried to attack. 2 more shots were fired, and it finally succumbed to its wounds, just 5 yards from Patterson. The construction crew returned and finished the bridge in February 1899. The official death toll stood at 28, all Indian workers. Patterson gave several figures, overall claiming that there were 135 victims, which included African civilians. The exact number of people killed by the lions is unclear. There are several theories for the man-eating behaviours of the lions. This includes a possible outbreak of cattle plague in 1898, which devastated the lions' usual prey, forcing them to find alternative food sources. The Tsavo lions may have been accustomed to finding dead humans at the Tsavo river crossing. An alternative argument indicates that the first lion had a severely damaged tooth that would have compromised its ability to kill natural prey. However, this theory has been generally disregarded by the general public and Colonel Patterson himself. He personally disclaimed it, saying that he damaged that tooth with his rifle while the lion charged him one night, prompting it to flee. Studies indicate the lions ate humans as a supplement to other food, not as a last resort. Eating humans was probably an alternative to hunting or scavenging caused by dental disease and/or a limited number of prey. A 2017 study found that one of the lions had an infection at the root of his canine tooth, which made it hard for that particular lion to hunt. Lions normally use their jaws to grab prey like zebras and wildebeest and suffocate them. The exact reason behind the lion's behavior may never be known, but the stories have stood the test of time. After 25 years as Patterson's floor rugs, the lion's skins were sold to the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago, Illinois in 1924 for a sum of $5,000. The skins arrived at the museum in very poor condition. The lions were reconstructed and are now on permanent display along with their skulls. You can find the lions on display at this museum today. January 28, 2000. It was a cold winter's night in Saskatoon, Canada. 2 police officers picked up an intoxicated man named Daryl Knight. The police found Daryl at a party where an argument broke out and he was found shouting obscenities. Instead of taking him to the drunk tank to sleep it off, as Daryl expected, the police drove Daryl out of town. In sub-zero temperatures, the police stopped in an isolated spot. They dragged Daryl out, slammed his face on the front of the car, removed his handcuffs, and got back into the car without him. As the police were about to drive off, Daryl yelled, "I'll freeze out here. What's wrong with you guys?" Daryl hears one of the policemen respond, "That's your problem." Daryl Knight is a member of the Cree Nation. The Cree are a North American Indigenous people who primarily live in Canada. It is for this reason Daryl Knight was left to fend for himself in the freezing Canadian winter. Unfortunately, Daryl wasn't the first man to experience this. This practice is known as taking Indigenous people on a Starlight tour. A Starlight tour is when an often intoxicated Indigenous man is taken outside the city in sub-zero temperatures and left there. They often have their clothing taken away as well, further exposing them to the elements. The earliest documented case of this was in 1976, and they continue to happen today. In the middle of the freezing Canadian snow and ill-equipped to cope in these conditions, Daryl Knight started walking. As the snow and wind pushed against him, Daryl felt he was making no progress, and he recalls becoming increasingly colder. After what felt like a lifetime, Daryl managed to find a power station. Daryl Knight had survived. When news broke out about Daryl's ordeal, the city of Saskatoon was shocked. Rumours had been circulating for years that the police were abducting Indigenous people and leaving them in the snow, but it could not be proved. One day after Daryl Knight's ordeal, the body of Rodney Nastis was found close to where Daryl was dropped off. Then, just a few days later, a third Indigenous man, Lawrence Kim Wegner, was discovered near the same location. With Daryl's testimony and the fact that at least 5 deceased Indigenous men were found in a similar area to where Daryl was left, there was now evidence to help prove the rumours. The police officers that dropped Daryl off that night claim no wrongdoing. They explained that Daryl said, "Look boys, drop me off anywhere, just don't take me in and charge me," and the officers say that they obliged. The 2 officers were found guilty of unlawful confinement and sent to prison for 8 months. The police chief of Saskatoon has confirmed that these Starlight tours were conducted by the police force and offered an official apology. Starlight tours serve as a reminder of the broader conflict between law enforcement and the Indigenous population. No police officer has been charged for the deaths of any Indigenous person as a result of taking them on a Starlight tour. The fight for justice will continue to go on.
When the wind blows and I feel the world pushing, my shelter will fall. I'll see the dark clouds. I'll see the dark clouds.
Melbourne, Australia was a different place during World War II. Between 1941 to 1945, nearly 1 million American soldiers would pass through Australia. Many soldiers would be stationed in Melbourne. Australia was under threat of invasion by the Empire of Japan. There was a fear of Melbourne being bombed. This fear was heightened when the Japanese bombed Darwin, killing 243 people. The lights of some Australian cities can be seen from as far as 50 miles. To try to limit the city being easily spotted by Japanese planes, the Melbourne government implemented what was called a brownout. This brownout meant that only one street light in 4 was lit, and the lights that were on were dimmed to at least 50%. Though the lights were out, Melbourne's night scene was teeming with life. By April 1942, some 30,000 American service personnel were stationed in Melbourne. However, danger was lurking within these dimly lit streets. On the 3rd of May, 1942, 40-year-old Ivy Violet McLeod was found in Albert Park, Melbourne. She had been beaten and strangled. 6 days later, 31-year-old Pauline Thompson was strangled after a night out. She was last seen in the company of a young man who was described as having an American accent. These murders shocked the city of Melbourne, and the unknown assailant was quickly dubbed the brownout strangler. May 18, 1942. 15 days had passed since the first murder. A woman is walking along a quiet, dimly lit city street. Suddenly, a man approaches her. He is out of breath and covered with mud. He asks for directions and quickly disappears. The woman goes about her business, thinking nothing of the situation. The next day, she hears the news that the brownout strangler has struck yet again. 40-year-old Gladys Hosking was murdered just like the 2 victims before her. She was walking home from work at the chemistry department at the University of Melbourne. This last bit of information was important for the woman, as she recalls she ran into this dishevelled man the night before, which was a very short distance from where the 3rd victim was found. She quickly took this crucial bit of information to the police. She was asked to pick a man out of a lineup of American soldiers, and had no problem identifying the man she saw. 24-year-old American soldier Eddie Leonsky was arrested. After being questioned by police, he quickly confessed to the murders. He was charged for the murders of Ivy Violet McLeod, Pauline Thompson, and Gladys Hosking. The brownout strangler was apprehended. Throughout the police interrogation, Eddie Leonsky divulged some rather disturbing information. When asked why he murdered these women, Eddie explained that he killed these women in order to get their voices. He appeared to have a twisted fascination with female voices, especially when they were singing. For one of his victims, he explained, "I wanted that voice. I choked her." Though it became clear that Eddie was deeply psychologically disturbed, Army psychiatrists deemed him sane and fit to stand trial. Leonsky was convicted on July 17 and sentenced to death by hanging. He remains the first and only foreign citizen to have been tried and sentenced to death in Australia under the law of his own country. The brownout lasted for 18 months, ending in July 1943. The lights of Melbourne were shining once again as the city emerged to face a vastly different world. This story takes place at Newport Beach, United States. It's 2:00 a.m. and a safe, gated community is dead silent. Within this community, there is a mansion. This mansion is owned by Golden Globe winning actor Nicolas Cage. Cage is fast asleep, resting to be ready for another day of working on the set of his next film. Unbeknownst to Cage, there is a man standing at the end of his bed. This man has silently entered the actor's premises, slipped on one of his leather jackets, and helped himself to a chocolate fudgesicle from the freezer. The man stands ominously at the end of Cage's bed. Eventually, Cage stirs and notices the man. Eating the fudgesicle, he notices he is wearing nothing but his own leather jacket. Cage's concern switches instantly to his young son, who is sleeping in the next room. Cage begins conversing with the stranger to try to defuse the situation. Cage uses what he self-described as verbal judo to convince the stranger to leave his premises. After convincing the man to leave, he immediately called the security team that operates within the gated community. It was later discovered that this man would often enter Nicolas Cage's premises, try on multiple outfits, and make himself at home. However, on this occasion, he decided to do this whilst Cage and his family was in the house. Following this incident, Cage and his family never felt safe in the house. He would eventually sell his house in Newport Beach and move on. In the end, Cage decided not to press charges as it came to light that the stranger was suffering from serious psychological issues. Although looking back, Cage admits the situation sounds comical. He explains that at the time, it was a terrifying experience. To wake up and find a complete stranger standing at the end of your bed is enough to bring anybody eternal nightmares. This happened to us back in 1984, just before the whole world knew who the Night Stalker was. I was in elementary at the time and lived at home with my parents and siblings. Back in those days, my parent, aunts and uncles would all meet at my parents' house for either a Friday or a Saturday night get-together. Most of the times, the parents would all go out and leave our kids at home. They would order pizza, let us make popcorn, and drink sodas. One evening, all our parents, aunts and uncles came over and they did the usual. They ordered us some pizzas, and I remember this has been the first time we had a VCR. We were the first family in our block to get a VCR, so us kids were to stay home alone, and my cousin rented Halloween. We had the old popcorn machine that used hot air to make popcorn, and the pizza and sodas were all there. As the night went on, our older cousins played tricks on us. Typical things to scare us younger kids when we were sitting in the dark, watching a scary movie, munching on popcorn. It was getting late, and it wasn't unusual for our parents to return home way past midnight until at least 1, 2 a.m. in the morning. My sister was sitting up against a sliding glass door. My sister was just behind me, and I don't remember exactly the details that led up to this, but all of a sudden, she let out the loudest scream. We all jumped up, and of course we thought she did that to scare us all, but she was shaking and in tears. My female cousins jumped up and went over to her and got out of her that there was a man outside trying to get in. My older brother says, "Let's run across the street." Our neighbor was a sheriff deputy. I remember crossing our neighborhood street like if someone was after us. We banged on the door saying we need help. His wife answered the door and let us in, and then he came out of his bedroom. He also grabbed his big flashlight and gun and told his wife to call the station. We stayed with her while he went to our house, and by that time, the police had arrived. Sure enough, there was evidence that someone had jumped our brick wall fence, and there were tool marks on the sliding glass door. They asked my sister to describe the man, and she said he was dark, tall, curly hair, skinny, and dressed all in black. The police said it was probably some random bum just trying to get some quick cash. Fast forward to that summer, and the summer from hell, when Los Angeles was in a heat wave, and it was the summer of the Night Stalker. He ended up killing a neighbor of my mum's friend from our church. To this day, I wonder if it was the Night Stalker who tried to break into our house. English backpacker Paul was hitchhiking down a road in New South Wales, Australia, recently leaving a youth hostel. He was leaving Sydney and was hoping to make it to Mildura, a suburb located interstate in northwest Victoria. Walking down the Hume Highway, Paul entered the beginning of the Belangolo State Forest, a massive array of trees, bush, and wildlife covering roughly 3,800 hectares. A Toyota Land Cruiser slowly approached and eventually stopped. Paul approached the passenger side door and saw a man. The man asked if he needed a lift. When Paul informed the man of his plans, the man said Paul could hop in. Paul was ecstatic. One of the first people he met on the first leg of his journey, and he had struck gold. He was knocking out a big part of his journey early on. But as time went on, Paul started to notice some red flags. The driver of the car, who introduced himself as Ivan, began making some unsettling comments. He started saying offensive things about the immigrants of Australia and was going off on some passionate rants. Paul started to wonder if maybe he had made a mistake getting into the car. Not long later, Ivan said that they've lost the radio signal, so he's gonna pull over and get some cassette tapes from under the driver's side seat so that they can listen to some music. This was another red flag for Paul. He noticed earlier in the trip that there were a number of cassette tapes in the console between them, so why isn't he just putting one of those on? Paul was conflicted. His head was telling him something was off. He decided to test Ivan to see how he'd react. He got out of the car and briefly walked away. Immediately, Ivan seemed concerned and asked what he was doing. Paul just said he was stretching his legs. Paul thought to himself, they were on the Hume Highway, a long but busy stretch of road. There was plenty of traffic around. If something bad was going to happen, it surely wouldn't happen here. He got back in the car. Ivan was watching him this whole time and jumped back in when he did. Then, seconds later, he said he's just going to take another look under the seat for the tapes one more time. He again put his hands under the seat, but this time he quickly pulled out a revolver and pointed it at Paul. He said this is a robbery. Suddenly all of Ivan's questionable actions made sense. Ivan then pulled out some rope and showed it to Paul. As much as the gun freaked him out, the rope really concerned Paul. Ivan must be planning to keep him for some time. Paul's instinct kicked in and he decided to run for it. He jumped out of the car and bolted up the Hume Highway. Ivan screamed at Paul, "Stop or I'll shoot." Paul kept running when suddenly he started hearing gunshots. Ivan was shooting at him. Paul was trying to wave down cars to stop and help him, but the drivers of the car could see what was happening. They dodged Paul and drove on. Paul was struggling to stop a car as Ivan was shooting at him. Desperate, Paul made a decision that he was going to stop the next car that came past, no matter what, even if they hit him. A van came past, and Paul stood in front of them and did not move out of the way. The van stopped. Paul threw himself inside the van and screamed, "Help me, he's got a gun." The driver quickly turned around and drove the other way. As they drove away, Paul decided to have a quick glance back at the scene. Ivan was still standing on the road, gun in hand, watching the car drive away. Paul noticed something that stuck with him. Ivan had a big smirk on his face. Unfortunately, amid all the panic, nobody got the number plate of Ivan's car, but Paul did tell his story to the local police officer. Unfortunately, no further action was taken after Paul gave his statement. Paul later returned to England. News came about that 2 British backpackers were found murdered in Belangolo State Forest in New South Wales, Sydney. When Paul saw this in the newspaper, it confirmed the suspicions he had all along. The man never intended to rob him, but had much darker, sinister intentions. Paul would later speak to Australian authorities and was flown to Australia to give a statement. Paul remained paranoid about this whole situation. Ivan had his passport, address, and backpack as he left them in his car, so Ivan would know all about him. Was Paul being led into a trap to ensure he was kept silent? Fortunately, this wasn't the case, and Paul's information would eventually prove pivotal in catching the man who was responsible for 7 innocent people losing their lives in Belangolo State Forest between 1989 and 1993. His MO would be to pick up hitchhikers along the Hume Highway, taking them into the forest, and commit unspeakable acts. Ivan Milat would be sentenced to 7 life sentences and would die in prison on the 27th of October 2019. Paul was offered a $200,000 reward for his statement that led to the capture of Ivan, but he declined, citing it as hollow money that would never bring him joy. His reward was life. A man was trekking through his local woods on his way to his favourite fishing spot when he was ambushed by a big brown grizzly bear. The bear inflicted devastating wounds in this man. He received multiple lacerations to his body, and the bear broke his spine. Following this, the bear decided he was not finished with the man and proceeded to carry him away. It soon became clear what the bear's intentions were. The man was taken to the bear's den. The bear dropped the man in his den and soon after fell asleep. This would have been a great time for the man to flee, but due to his broken back, the man was unable to escape to freedom. Time went by, and eventually the bear left the den. The man was left in the den alone. It soon became clear that the bear was saving the man for food at a later date should it be required. Days turned to weeks, and the man started wasting away. He survived by drinking his own urine, but hunger would soon become a major issue for the man. Roughly 1 month after this event, local hunters were walking around the woods with their dogs. The men were walking past this den and thought nothing of it. However, their dogs weren't the same. The dogs' attention was firmly focused on this den. The hunters attempted to leave, but the dogs refused. They were adamant that this den needed to be checked out. One of the men had a flashlight and decided to peer into the den and made a startling discovery. The man that was attacked by a bear had been found. The man was rushed to hospital and was treated for a broken spine and severe emaciation. The man's ordeal was finally over. He was safe. It will be a long time before he decides to go trekking through the woods alone again. A bus is transferring a group of mental patients from Fairfax County to Lawton Prison. Fairfax County drew a lot of controversy from local residents, upset that there was an insane asylum situated deep inside their local woods. Due to this, the asylum was shut down and the patients began to be transferred. On a trip to Lawton Prison, the bus driver began losing control of his vehicle, swerving and eventually crashing. All the patients that were on the bus made the most of this opportunity and made their escape from the bus, disappearing into the nearby woods. In the days that followed, police managed to track down each of the patients that escaped, except for one. This last patient seemingly vanished into these woods, never to be seen again. After a few months of the last patient being missing, odd things started to happen in the woods that he ran into. Locals started to notice that the rabbit population was slightly dwindling, and eventually some of these rabbits ended up here at what is officially called Colchester Overpass, a small, dark tunnel with train tracks running over the top. Unfortunately, these rabbits that were found at the overpass were no longer with us, being hung in the tunnel by an unknown assailant. Soon after this, the story goes that a number of teenagers decided to have a gathering at the Colchester Overpass, but when the clock struck midnight, they too suffered the same fate of the rabbits. This story would eventually turn this location to be known as Bunnyman's Bridge. Decades later, the legend of the Bunnyman became a famous talking point amongst the town, but no sightings had taken place over the years until one night. Roughly around midnight, a young engaged couple decided to park their car in an area surrounded by some property. Soon after switching off the car, they heard some distant yelling. Next thing they knew, the back window of their car had been smashed. Startled and shocked, the couple quickly drove off. As they escaped, they saw something emerge from the darkness. They saw a big white figure, seemingly a man dressed in a rabbit suit, watching them drive away. 2 weeks after this sighting of the Bunnyman, a second encounter occurred. A private security guard was patrolling an area when he noticed someone standing on the porch of a new unoccupied house. As the security guard approached, he noticed this person was wearing a white bunny suit and appeared to be holding a weapon. As the guard started talking to the bunny started taking swipes at a nearby pole with his weapon, cursing trespassers before threatening the guard and telling him to get out of here. After these two bizarre sightings, the Bunnyman seemed to disappear again, with no evidence to support the identity of him. As with many urban legends, there are many different variations to the Bunnyman story, but it is thought that somewhere in there lies the true story. It might not include teens and rabbits being attacked or escaped mental patients, but it is known that there was or is a Bunnyman out there, threatening those that he feels are trespassing. Still to this day, many people head to Bunnyman's Bridge on Halloween night, and on the stroke of midnight, await his murderous return. It was the night before Valentine's Day. The weather had taken a turn and rain fell heavily over the Degree household. 10-year-old Aisha Degree and her younger brother were tucked into bed by their mother. The Degrees had to face the night without power due to a car accident nearby. It wasn't until roughly 12:30 a.m. that the power was restored. It was around this time that Aisha's father checked in on his two children. He would check in on them again before going to bed around 2:30 a.m. Not long after this, Aisha did something unexpected. She got out of her bed, changed her clothes, packed her bag, and walked out the front door. Aisha's brother recalls hearing his sister's bed creak around this time, but he assumed she was just moving around in her sleep. Little did he know, the bed next to his was empty. Aisha walked away from her house in the dead of night and would soon be walking along a major highway. Aisha was seen walking along this highway. One witness was reported saying he saw her walking with her head down, as if she was on a mission. Various cars spotted Aisha walking, but they did not report this until days later. However, there was one motorist who saw Aisha. He decided to turn his car around, as he considered it to be quite odd to see a small child out at this hour, walking alone. He drove past Aisha to get a better look and then turned around again. Naturally, this behavior would have spooked Aisha, so she decided to run away from the road. The man watched as Aisha ran away through the open field before entering the nearby woods and disappearing. The next morning arrived at the Degree household. It was roughly 5:30 a.m. when Aisha's mother decided to run a bath for her children. She would have normally done this the night before, but due to the power outage, it could not be done. She then went to the children's bedroom to wake them, and it was then, to her horror, that she recognized that Aisha was not in her bed, not in the house. She was nowhere to be seen. Desperate efforts were made to try and find any evidence for Aisha on that first day, but to no avail. The local news team picked up the story and ran it, which prompted the witnesses from the night before to call in what they had seen. This included the witness that saw Aisha run into the woods. 3 days after Aisha disappeared, a few of her belongings were found. A white Atlanta 1996 Olympics pencil, a green marker, a Minnie Mouse bow, and also some candy wrappers. These items were found on the ground in the doorway of a tool shed. The shed sat only 100 yards west of the highway where the driver saw Aisha run into the woods. A wallet-sized picture of a little girl was also found amongst Aisha's known belongings. This photo was not of Aisha. It is believed that the photo could have fallen out of Aisha's pocketbook, but it can't be known for sure if it belonged to her. To this day, it is not known who the girl in the picture is. From the evidence that investigators gathered, it is believed that Aisha had planned and prepared for her departure that rainy night, although they conceded that she is not your typical runaway, as most children who run away are at least 12 years old. They believe that Aisha either went off track during her walk and got lost or was abducted. Aisha's book bag and other items were discovered at a construction site roughly 42 kilometers from where Aisha went missing. It contained a copy of Dr. Seuss's McGilligot's Pool and a t-shirt of the band New Kids on the Block. Neither of these items belonged to Aisha prior to her disappearance. The FBI announced that Aisha may have been seen getting into a dark green early 1970s Lincoln Continental Mark IV, or possibly a Ford Thunderbird from the same era, along Route 18 near where she was seen later that night. Unfortunately, Aisha Degree's disappearance is not any closer to being solved. To keep the memory of Aisha alive, as well as her case, her family and many members of the local community retrace Aisha's steps each year on the day of her disappearance, Valentine's Day. Heartbreakingly, this is also the same day as Aisha's parents' anniversary. If you have any details that could lead to solving the disappearance of Aisha Degree, please alert your local authorities. Any detail, even if it's deemed small or insignificant, could become crucial in solving this 22-year-old case. Almost 50 years ago, Ansett Australia Flight 232 was due for boarding. The Fokker Friendship aircraft was scheduled to fly from Adelaide, South Australia to Alice Springs, located in Northern Territory, which is roughly a 5.5-hour drive to Uluru, one of Australia's most famous landmarks. The plane departed Adelaide Airport without a hitch, departing the nearby city off to its destination. The flight consisted of just 28 passengers and 4 crew. 15 of the passengers were women and children. This was a considerably small flight. As the flight flew over the Red Centre, roughly 30 minutes before the plane was scheduled to land, it began to descend to Alice Springs Airport. A male passenger exited from the plane's lavatory and approached one of the flight attendants, Kay Gorham. The man produced a sawn-off .22 Armalite rifle and declared, "This is a hijack." The man, who had a distinct European accent, was initially not taken seriously by Gorham. This changed when he took her and another attendant and forced his way into the cockpit and attempted to speak with the captain. However, the captain was not willing to listen to the hijacker. He informed him that he was unable to speak as he was too busy landing the plane. He then told the hijacker that he needs to find his seat so the landing can take place smoothly. Curiously, the hijacker complied and took his seat. Soon thereafter, the plane landed and the police started negotiating with the hijacker. The hijacker started stating his demands, and it became clear that his motive was not financial, much to the surprise of those involved. The hijacker then explained his bizarre demands. He explained he wishes to commit suicide in a spectacular way. He would do this by parachuting into a remote location, then living off the land as long as he could until it was time to end his life. In order to achieve this dream, he demanded a light aircraft, a parachute, and also a jumpsuit. Fortunately, the hijacker allowed most of the passengers to leave, including the 15 women and children aboard. Ossie Watts, a civilian pilot and flying instructor, was nearby at the time. He volunteered to fly the hijacker to meet his demands and even offered his aircraft to take him. The police agreed, but they decided to involve police constable Paul Sanderman, but have him pose as Ossie Watts' navigator. This would ensure the police still had control of the situation and the civilian pilot also still had protection. Minutes before they were to approach the hijacker, the police showed Watts how to use a gun. Police also set up a perimeter with multiple marksmen prepared to shoot should anything go awry. Paul and Ossie approached the hijacker with flight attendant Kay Gorham accompanying him. He held her at gunpoint. The hijacker was immediately suspicious of the navigator and asked Gorham to search him. Gorham did so, and upon searching, she did feel a small firearm hidden in the back of Sanderman's shorts, but opted not to tell the hijacker. Records state that after this search, Police Constable Sanderman sensed an opportunity and attempted to apprehend the hijacker. He attempted to grab his rifle, but his hand slipped. The hijacker responded by firing multiple times, shooting Sanderman in the hand, stomach, right shoulder, and left arm. After this, the hijacker made a run for it. The pilot, Watts, began shooting at the hijacker, as well as the marksmen surrounding the area. The hijacker was wounded by these shots whilst running away, but soon disappeared. Preparing for the inevitable assault, police awaited the sounds of returning fire heading their way, but they would only hear one more shot. They searched and found the hijacker in a nearby ditch. It was this ditch that the hijacker decided to end his life, fatally shooting himself. Constable Sanderman survived his multiple wounds and was awarded the Queen's Commendation for bravery. Efforts to identify the hijacker were difficult. A key was found on the body of the hijacker, and thanks to extensive work by the police department, a lead led them to a house. Miraculously, the key opened the door to this house, and the hijacker was identified. It took them 6 months to discover he was a Czech migrant by the name of Miloslav Rabanik, a 25-year-old economics student located in Carton, Sydney, in Australia's eastern state of New South Wales. It was only Australia's second ever hijacking at the time, with the first one coming just 12 years earlier. The motives of Rabanik are still unknown to this day, but considering the details of his demands, it can be theorized he was in a position of poor mental health and depression, and decided he wanted to leave this world in spectacular fashion. Lindy and Michael Chamberlain decide to go on a camping trip with their children, Aiden, Reagan, and 9-week-old Azaria. They decide to go to Uluru, a large sandstone formation located in the central of Australia. This is a popular tourist attraction and is one of the most important indigenous sites in Australia. The Chamberlains end up befriending some fellow campers and are enjoying some time around the campfire that same night. Lindy Chamberlain has put her youngest daughter Azaria to bed nearby in their tent and is regularly checking on her. Lindy hears her daughter crying and goes to comfort her. Moments later, the group surrounding the campfire hear Lindy shouting, sounding panicked. Lindy shouts, my God, the dingoes got my baby." The dingo is considered as Australia's wild dog. The medium-sized canine has been roaming Australia for thousands of years and can be located all across the country apart from Tasmania. The dingo is a predator, preying on kangaroos, wombats, sheep, and most marsupials. However, dingo attacks on humans were known to be a rare occasion back then. Generally, dingoes try to avoid human interaction. According to Lindy, she opened the tent to check on Azaria, only to find her missing. She then notices blood inside the tent and also saw a wild dingo running away. As hours passed, an extensive search was made, but Azaria was nowhere to be found. They did, however, find Azaria's jumpsuit located a few kilometers from the tent and covered in blood. However, her jacket was still missing. This became a sensational case in Australia due to the rare circumstances. Due to the narrative that dingoes are generally docile creatures who are too frightened to even approach humans, Azaria's parents, Lindy and Michael, were starting to be seen as suspects. The Australian public felt Lindy was not mourning the way a mother should, and she came across as cold and distant. Despite all witnesses claiming to believe the Chamberlain story, Lindy was convicted of murder on October 29, 1982, and given life imprisonment. Her husband, Michael, was found guilty as an accessory after the fact, but was given a suspended sentence and served no jail time. British tourist David Brett is climbing Uluru. Tragically, he loses his footing and falls off the giant rock. He falls into a giant area of rock and shrubbery. It was certain David did not survive this. Due to the difficulties of the location, it took authorities 8 days to retrieve David's body, which unfortunately had been ravaged by the dingoes. In an unexpected turn of events, whilst looking for David Brett's remains, authorities found Azaria Chamberlain's missing jacket. This jacket was found in an area full of dingo lairs, which supported Lindy's claim of what really happened to her daughter. Following these events, Lindy Chamberlain was immediately released from jail. 2 years following, the Chamberlains received $1.3 million compensation for wrongful imprisonment, a sum that covered less than 1/3 of their legal expenses. Following this very publicised case, proven cases of dingo attacks on humans became more widely known, particularly on Fraser Island, located in Queensland, which is largely inhabited by dingoes. There have been reported 400 documented dingo attacks on this island, proving that the case of Azaria Chamberlain was almost certainly a story where she was tragically taken away by a wild dingo. A woman arrives in the car park of her local convenience store. She parks near a white van, noting at the time that the van had tinted windows. She walks past the occupant of the van, a man roughly in his 30s and sporting a mustache. Upon exiting the store, the woman returns to her car. She walks past the spot where the van had been parked and noticed something on the ground. As she drew closer, she realized it was a photograph. She picked up the photograph, and what she saw horrified her. Nine months before the discovery of the photograph, some 1,500 miles away, young 19-year-old Tara Kaliko left her home to go on her daily bike ride. She would ride along New Mexico State Route 47, taking the same route each time. Her mother Patty would often join her, but due to a growing trend of aggressive drivers intentionally veering close to them, decided not to go so often. She repeatedly recommended her daughter take Mace with her in case of an emergency, but Tara declined. Before Tara left on this day, she jokingly told her mother to come looking for her if she didn't return by 12:30, as she had a date with her boyfriend. Unfortunately, this is exactly what would happen. 12:30 arrived, and Tara was yet to return from her ride. Patty hopped in her car and drove up and down Tara's route in the hopes of finding her, but there was no sign of her. She then contacted the police. Some 9 months after Tara's disappearance, news broke of a photo a woman had found in a car park. The photo featured a teenage girl and a young boy laying on some pillows and sheets. Their mouths were duct taped and their hands appeared to be bound. When Tara's mother first saw this photo, she was skeptical if it could in fact be her own daughter, but the more she looked at the photo, the more convinced she was that it was her. The girl in the picture had a scar on her thigh, just like Tara. She had gotten in a car accident when she was younger. Plus, a book written by author V.C. Andrews was situated next to Tara. This was one of her favourite authors. A family came forward, believing their missing son was the boy in the photograph. He had gone missing on a hunting trip in April 1988. Sadly, the boy's remains would be found just 7 miles from the family's camping ground. He had died from exposure, confirming that he had gotten himself lost and passed away long before the photo had been taken. In 2008, the sheriff of Valencia County, New Mexico, went on record and stated he believes he knows what happened to Tara. He theorized that 2 teenagers were following Tara on that fateful day and had accidentally hit her with his truck. In a panic, they got rid of all the evidence. He claims he knows who was responsible, but could not bring in a conviction due to lack of evidence. Tara's father, John, was upset with this statement, saying that there was no point coming out with this story if no arrest could be made. 30 years on, and Tara's case is unfortunately still unsolved. Some further images were discovered over the years, which Tara's mother has both credited and discredited, but it hasn't led them any closer to finding out what happened to Tara. If you have any information surrounding this case, please contact your local authorities. Hopefully one day Tara can be found and brought home to her parents. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? 'Twas the perfect plan of deviant pleasure, so bold on that spring night. My inner felling hot with propension of the new awakening season, worn, wet with inner fear and rapture, my pleasure of entanglement, like new vines at night. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? Drop of fear, fresh spring rain would roll down from your nakedness, to scent to lofty fever that burns within. In that small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play fall on devil ears. Fantasy spring forth, mounts to storm fury, then winter clam at the end. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? Alone, now in another time span I lay, with sweet and rapture garments, across most private thought, bed of spring moist grass, clean before the sun, enslaved with control, warm wind scenting the air, sunlight sparkle tears in eyes so deep and clear. Alone again I trod in past memory of mirrors, and ponder why, for number 8 was not. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? A local farm manager is working overtime. This is not unusual for this man. He is a hard-working, dedicated individual who is used to working solo. As he walks across the farm to finish for the day, he notices that he has stepped on something squishy. Confused, he looks down and suddenly sees movement. Shock overcomes him. He's just stepped on a 13-foot python. Before he even has the chance to react, the snake performed a common move it would usually use on the farm's livestock, what is called a death grip. It quickly wrapped itself around the farmer's legs, and the farmer fell to the ground. The snake then amazingly dragged the farmer 10 feet up a tree. During the struggle, the farmer was not ready to concede defeat. He battled hard. He even bit the snake on numerous occasions. The snake was ready to make its final attack by biting the farmer's head. As it prepared its bite, it temporarily loosened its grip on the farmer, giving him the opportunity to free his hands. In an instant, the farmer ripped his shirt off and wrapped it around the snake's head. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the farmer messaged a co-worker, who then alerted police. The 3-hour struggle eventually came to an end. Authorities used a rope to bring them both down from the tree and apprehend the snake. The snake was then put in a cage, but curiously, the next day the cage was empty. The snake had managed to escape, never to be found. The local farmer became an internet sensation following the news. A 3-hour struggle with a 13-foot python grabbed media attention. He continued his life on the farm. However, he became extra vigilant on the dangers that lurked around the farm, being more aware of his surroundings. A couple of tourists were driving in the middle of the Australian outback. Despite being advised not to do so, they decided to do a lot of their driving at night time. The main reason it is best to travel during the day in the red centre is due to the fact that it is hard to spot wildlife crossing the road, and also, if you were to break down, help is a very long way away. But the couple were excited to continue their adventure in their trusty Volkswagen Combi nonetheless. They were driving down a long straight when they both noticed some headlights appear behind them. The car was quickly approaching them. The man noticed that this car was right behind him, and it was beginning to frustrate him, so he slowed down to encourage the driver to overtake him. But the man did not overtake them. They both started to feel nervous when the car started to flash them. Reluctant to pull over, they ignored the man's attempts to get their attention. When the man drove alongside them, he gestured at them excitedly to pull over. He told them, "You've got sparks coming out of your exhaust. You should pull over and we will take a look." Despite the initial reluctance, they agreed to pull over. The woman looked at her partner and saw what looked like a friendly conversation with the stranger. He went to the front of the combi and asked his partner to jump in the driver's seat and rev the car when they asked. The lady heard more friendly chatter and some laughter. She then heard her boyfriend say to put her foot down. She put her foot in the accelerator, and as she did, she saw a flash and heard what she thought was the car backfiring. And then there was complete silence. Before she knew it, the strange man was at her car window, pointing a gun in her face. Shocked and caught completely off guard, the woman raised her hands in protection. The man demanded she get out of the car, and he tied her hands with some makeshift homemade handcuffs. He attempted to also tie her legs and tape her mouth, but she resisted. He led her to his car, where he threw her in the back and walked away. Stunned, frightened, and having no idea what was happening, her instincts kicked in. While she was in the back of the car, she thought she heard the sound of something being dragged along the ground. She managed to wrangle her way out of the homemade handcuffs, and feeling completely lost, she ran into the desert, not sure of where to go. She ran for a few minutes before suddenly the entire area she was running in was illuminated. The man had returned, noticed she had escaped, and decided to use his car headlights to search the outback for her. Luckily, before being spotted, she hid behind a bush. Initially, she heard only silence, but soon she could hear footsteps. They were getting closer. She covered her mouth in fear. She was terrified that the man would find her. Soon, the footsteps did not sound so close. Then, she heard a sound she recognized, her combi starting and being driven away. She thought of fleeing at this point, but knew the man would be back, and she still had nowhere to go. Sure enough, she began to hear footsteps again, this time really, really close. He was not giving up. She kept her cool, terrified her heavy breathing would give herself away. She heard another car start and drive away. She was convinced the man would return though, so she still didn't move. She was right as well. The man returned on another 3 occasions, but he could not find her. Hours passed, and the woman was frozen still, petrified that any move would cost her her life. But then she heard the sound of a vehicle, a road train, roaring. She knew it was now or never, and sprinted back to the road. She ran into the middle of the road and gestured at the truck to pull over. In the dead of night, the truck did not notice her straight away. The driver could not stop his massive road train for another kilometer. He had no idea if he hit the woman or not. Thankfully, she was okay, and he drove her away. She had a hell of a story to tell, and the shocked driver took her straight to the nearest police station. Once the woman told her story, the police swarmed on the location, looking for evidence. It didn't take them long to locate their combi, a few kilometers away, dumped in the desert. What they were yet to locate was the woman's boyfriend. He was nowhere to be seen. Another man that was nowhere to be seen was the mystery offender, who seemingly had no motive. This caused a media frenzy, with people quickly starting to question the female and wondering if her story was actually true. Then came a piece on television that changed everything. Police released CCTV footage, which featured a man walking into a store close by to the scene and at a time just after it took place. Police pleaded to the public to help identify the mystery man. Many people called, with the police managing to track down the person in the video. At a similar time, police found crucial DNA evidence in the combi, on the gear stick and in other areas, which belonged to an unidentified male. The mystery man was identified, captured, and arrested, though there are still some skeptical people out there that believe that this man is innocent. My dad grew up in a small town called Lubango in southwestern Angola, Africa. He was born in 1961, and as a child, he spent most of his time in the dry, open land, playing with friends, but he also spent a lot of time hunting with his father. This story takes place on the 29th of December 1983, when my dad was just 22 years old. At this point in his life, he was working for a petrol company, driving a petrol tanker around the town to various petrol stations. Now this day started as any other, usual pickups here and there. At one particular station, however, he parked the tanker and headed inside the station so he could get a newspaper and maybe a possible cigarette, if he was lucky. My dad was familiar with all the different station clerks, and stepping inside this one, he was expecting to see the usual shopkeeper, Roy. But there was no one running the till. My dad assumed he was in the toilet cubicle, so he went to grab a newspaper. It was one from the week prior, which satisfied my dad enough. My dad figured Roy was just in the toilet cubicle and waited around 10 minutes for him to return, but he never did, so my dad decided to return to his truck. He was walking to his tanker as the sound of plane propellers filled the sky. This wasn't unseen, but it was rather unusual in Lubango, so my father decided to lean against the cab of his big rig and watch the planes soar by. My dad was so sad to see the juxtaposition of these destructive army planes with the backdrop of the beautiful Angolan sky. The planes were flying low over the Lubango military base, and my dad concluded there were two planes landing in the base after a battle of some sorts. My dad's wondrous expression turned quickly to curiosity as he saw two small black dots drop from the bottom of the planes. As the dots fell, my dad's face turned to dread as he watched the two planes fly far, far away. His ears and sent him straight into shock. He looked at the fire cloud that surrounded the military base and watched as it crumbled and burned. He lay watching for half an hour as chaos ensued in and around his hometown. This was the moment that Lubango fell. Weeks later, they found Roy's body. It had turned out he had gone on a walk and was found by two South African soldiers who decided to interrogate him on the spot. He attempted to escape and retaliate and was shot dead in the process. This was a planned attack by the South African Army called Operation Clinker, and it can be found on the internet, although sadly, little information is written about it. I think this story is very important for people to hear, as the Angolan Civil War is an event in history that took countless lives and isn't talked about nearly enough. I believe people need to be educated on this historic event. It was a hot summer's day in a quiet and unassuming city in the west of Australia. Everyone was celebrating Australia Day. Barbecue, beers, and swims at the pool are a common way to spend this day. As the day came to an end, two young housemates tossed a coin in the air. The winner of the coin toss would get to sleep in a hammock out their backyard. The perk of this, of course, was it was a very comfortable and convenient way to escape the heat. Nearby, a middle-aged man who lived alone switched off all of his house lights and headed to bed. A third, elderly and retired man, fell asleep on his couch. This city was not prepared for the events that would follow. Following these Australia Day shootings, the city was rife with anxiety and a new sense of security. People who would leave doors unlocked and windows open no longer did so. Those who loved sleeping on their balconies and verandas in the summer no longer had the courage to do so. Weeks went by and police had no suspects. Then one humid and stormy night, an incident occurred. A young girl needed to go to the bathroom, and ever since Australia Day, this is something she had been terrified to do. Why? Because instead of a traditional toilet, this household had an outhouse. What made this especially terrifying for the young girl was that behind the outhouse was an open field. She was especially terrified to go to the outhouse at night in case the man responsible for the shootings would be waiting for her in the field. She held off as long as she could, but she needed to go, so she took a lantern and headed to the outhouse. A big bolt of lightning lights up the open field behind the outhouse. The whole area was illuminating. Standing not far from the girl, she saw a man in dark clothing staring in her direction. She screamed and ran inside. Was this the man responsible for the shootings? The girl didn't know. She just needed to get out of there. For the remainder of the summer, she used a potty and refused to use the outhouse. Weeks later, the little girl came across a newspaper stating that they had caught the man responsible for the Australia Day shootings. No longer did the city have to live in fear as the man confessed to the crimes. He paid the price for murdering 3 innocent strangers and also injuring 2 others in separate incidents. The little girl instantly recognized the man arrested as the same man she saw staring at her from behind her outhouse. Whether his presence there was coincidental or on purpose, she's very glad she got away from him. Charles Wright Elementary School's bell rings out to mark the end of the day. 7-year-old Stephen was making his way to the front of the school. Normally he would walk home with friends, as it was only a short distance, but due to the awful weather, his mother agreed to pick him up after she ran some errands. Stephen waited outside the school for his mother, growing impatient as she seemed to be taking her time. Stephen's mother arrived soon thereafter to pick her son up, but as she stepped out of the car, she noticed he was not there. She checked inside and around the school, but he was nowhere to be found. Hours turned into days, and Stephen did not return back home. Stephen's father, desperate, would leave missing posters all over town. He and Stephen's mother would leave posters with the nearby schools in the hopes that someone would recognize him. Emergency services pitched in day and night looking for Stephen in nearby forests, streets, wherever they could, but still no trace of Stephen could be found. There were concerns that he could have ended up at the nearby Yosemite National Park, but this never led anywhere. Weeks went by, and things looked bleak. Stephen's father was driving through town one night, and when he reached an intersection, he noticed something suspicious. There was a man, draped in dark clothing, standing on one side of the road. He was standing in front of a giant dirt mound. Stephen's father stared at the man. Eventually, the man stared back, returning a devilish grin, which startled the father at first, but then drew anger. He chased the suspicious man down the road, but was unable to apprehend him. Immediately suspicious of the dirt mound and thinking that Stephen could be buried there, the father phoned police and demanded they dig up the mound, but the police declined. Deep down, Stephen's father knew he wasn't in this mound, but he was desperate to find his son, to latch on to any possibility. Years would pass and there would be no sign of Stephen. Five-year-old boy Timmy plays in his front yard, enjoying the beautiful day and soaking up the sun. His parents are out the back, also making the most of this pleasant day. But soon, this day would turn to a parent's worst nightmare, as in the blink of an eye, Timmy disappears without a trace. Like Stephen, missing posters popped up all over town. Emergency services crews scoured the area looking for clues, but again, nothing is found. 2 weeks later, in a neighbouring suburb, a police officer was working the late shift at the station when he noticed something odd. There was a very young boy peering through the station's window. The police officer immediately went to approach the boy, but as he walked over to him, the boy ran off. The police officer knew something was up. There had to be a reason a young boy was here so late at night. He noticed the boy run up the street and joined an older boy, and they stared from afar. In order not to spook the boys, the officer called for backup and got an officer to drive by the boys to pick them up. When the officer arrived alongside the boys, he asked for their names. The younger boy said, "I'm Timmy," and the older boy said, "My name is Stephen." Schoolboy Stephen is waiting for his mother to pick him up from school. Whilst waiting, he is approached by a stranger. The stranger introduces himself as Irvin and tells the boy he is a representative of their local church and is selling Bibles. He asks Stephen if his mother would be interested in buying some Bibles. Stephen said she would. Irvin asked where Stephen lived. Stephen gave him the information. He then asked if Stephen would be willing to take him to his home so his mother could buy the Bibles. A naive Stephen, who was raised to trust adults, agreed. Suddenly, a white Buick approached. This was when Stephen Stainer first met Kenneth Parnell. All three left together. They started driving away. Stephen realized he was not familiar with this part of town. He'd never been here before. A confused Stephen asked when they'll be reaching his mother's house. Soon after this, Kenneth pulled over and walked over to a payphone and appeared to be talking to someone on the other end. He returned to the car and they drove off. Kenneth told Stephen that he just got off the phone to his parents and that they agreed that Stephen could stay at his house for the night. They drove on for a little while longer before reaching their destination. They reached Kenneth's cabin where they would be staying. They entered the cabin, and to Stephen's delight, there were presents and toys waiting for him. The following day, Kenneth had to go to work, so he made the decision to secretly give Stephen lots of sleeping medication so Stephen would sleep all day whilst he was away and wouldn't try to escape. For the next week, Stephen would spend his time playing with his limited toys. Then one evening, Kenneth returned to the cabin with a surprise for Stephen. He then showed Stephen that he had bought him a puppy to keep. Stephen was ecstatic. It was a Manchester Terrier, and Stephen would grow to adore this dog, and he would call her Queenie. Following this, Kenneth told Stephen that his parents could no longer afford to keep him, and that a judge had granted him permanent custody. A sad and confused Stephen said, "But they need me." And Kenneth responded, "I don't think they need you right now." Immediately following this, Kenneth decided he needed to dye Stephen's hair to further mask his identity. Once this was done, Kenneth enrolled Stephen into the local school. As Stephen's parents were working hard to find Stephen, his missing posters were sent to the school Stephen would attend, but as the school opted not to spread the poster around, Stephen was never identified. Time went by, and Stephen Stainer, now named Dennis Parnell, adjusted to his new life. 7 years would go by, and Stephen would not be found. Stephen was now 14 years old, a teenager. Kenneth and Stephen now lived in a decked-out school bus in a caravan park. Stephen was free to come and go as he pleased. He had many opportunities to escape, but was unsure how to ask for help. As Stephen grew older, Kenneth decided he wanted to take another boy. He would attempt to take these children with the help of Stephen. Stephen went along with this, having conversations with kids and making it look like he was attempting to lure them away. But he, in fact, was intentionally sabotaging the attempts so Kenneth wouldn't take anybody. Following this, Kenneth deemed Stephen to be a bad criminal and not a good accomplice, so no longer asked for his help. Time went by, and Stephen didn't hear anything else about the matter, until one day, Kenneth picked Stephen up from school, and Stephen noticed a young boy in the car with Kenneth. It was Timothy White. Days followed, and Stephen tried to pick Timmy's spirits up. Just like with Stephen, Kenneth decided he would dye Timmy's hair. During this time, Timmy was inconsolable, constantly upset, and just wanted to go home to see his parents. This, and the fact he knew Timmy was being taken, was wrong. Stephen decided he was going to help Timmy escape. He was going to return Timmy to his parents, but initially had no plans of rescuing himself. One night, Kenneth left for work, and the boys were left in the bus by themselves. Stephen decided this was the night to escape. They left, and didn't make it very far, before Timmy was much too upset to go any further. The heavy winds and rain was scaring him way too much, so Stephen decided to turn back and try again the next night, if the weather was better. Thankfully, the next day's weather was much better. Kenneth left for work again, and Stephen, again, attempted to return Timmy home. Stephen left his beloved Queenie behind, worried that he may never see her again. The boys walked down a long, lonesome road and hitchhiked to Timmy's hometown. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate Timmy's house. Stephen decided they needed to go to the police. As they walked towards the station, Stephen realized that in order to get there, they would need to walk past where Kenneth worked. Terrified that Kenneth would see them, they snuck past his work, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Thankfully, they walked past undetected. They arrived near the police station, but Stephen stopped. He encouraged Timmy to go to the station and ask for help, as he had no intention of being rescued himself. Timmy, scared and unsure, walked towards the police station. He peered through the windows and saw an officer. As the officer began to approach Timmy, he got spooked and ran back to Stephen. Soon after this, a police car drove by and asked for their names. Stephen decided almost on the spot that he would be honest and tell his story. The boys were safe. After Stephen and Timmy were rescued, Stephen identified Kenneth Parnell as their captor. Kenneth was charged with kidnapping, among other offences. In an event that seems almost unfathomable, Stephen was forced to enter the interrogation room where Kenneth was, and once again was forced to face his captor. They later allowed Stephen to return to Kenneth's and retrieve his dog Queenie. It was later revealed police once investigated Kenneth's workplace whilst looking for Stephen as they were following a lead, but due to a clerical error by Kenneth's workplace, he was never identified as an employee, thus was never looked into. It was also revealed that Kenneth would be driving past volunteers whom were actively searching for Stephen while Stephen was in the car. Time went on, and it was soon time for Kenneth to face the charges. His defense decided they wanted to get more information from their client, so opted to inject him with the sodium pentothal, more commonly known as truth serum. However, as Kenneth started divulging disturbing information, the defense put a stop to it and destroyed the tape. They didn't want what he said getting out to the public. Due to a loophole where basically Kenneth could not be tried for both kidnappings of both Stephen and Timothy, he received the maximum sentence at that time for one kidnapping, which was 7 years. For Stephen and Timmy, life went on. Both would end up getting married, and both would father 2 children. However, tragedy would soon strike for both boys. Stephen was leaving his job at a pizza parlor, leaving on his motorbike. His helmet had been stolen 3 days earlier, and Stephen was yet to purchase a replacement, so he wasn't wearing one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a car stalled in Stephen's path. Stephen crashed into the car and flew 45 feet off of his bike, suffering severe head trauma. The driver of the car fled the scene and left for Mexico. It was later theorized he was drinking prior to the accident. Unfortunately, Stephen would later succumb to his injuries. At 24 years old, his life was cut short. The man who hit Stephen eventually turned himself in, and due to there being proof that there were faults with the car and that it was the manufacturer's fault, only served 3 months in prison. At the age of 34, Timothy White unexpectedly passed away. He suffered a pulmonary embolism. His life was also cut tragically short. 5 years into his 7-year sentence, Kenneth Parnell was released from prison on good behaviour. He was on parole and under strict supervision, but this would eventually end. He was free to move around as he pleased. He ended up getting a security job at a boys' home. His employers failed to get a criminal history check. However, a movie based on Stephen's life would be released during this time. Stephen actually appeared in this film, taking the role of one of the police officers that found him and Timothy. Kenneth's identity would soon be revealed due to this film, and he got fired from his position. 13 years later, Kenneth was at the age of 71. He decided he wanted to kidnap another child. He asked his friend, Diane, if she would assist him for $500. Diane agreed, but for the right reasons. She feared someone else would take up the offer, so she did herself and then took the information straight to the police. She agreed to wear a wire, have her phones bugged, and more. Kenneth requested she take a black boy, aged 4 to 6 years old, and he may be interested in taking a girl at another time. Diane met up with Kenneth, and she said she'll be picking up a boy from interstate for him. She left the house, and the police stormed it. They arrested him on the charge of a third major kidnapping. Due to this third strike, he was sentenced 25 years to life for this crime. He would die in prison at the age of 76 of natural causes. It was a typical night at a popular and always thriving adventure park. It ran all year round and was a great tourist attraction for the city. For a small fee, families would enter the park and enjoy the many different adventures the park would have to offer. Ferris wheels, roller coasters, and other adrenaline-inducing rides was the reason kids and adults from all over would come to visit. It would draw all kinds of interesting characters to the park, some more unique than others. But one night, an incident took place which would change the lives of many forever. The Ghost Train was a timeless and ever-popular ride for children, sitting on a cart and riding through a dark and spooky place. At 10 p.m, things were same as usual. You could hear the sounds of joy, fun, and laughter. But soon, that happiness quickly turned to genuine screams of horror. In the matter of seconds, the Ghost Train ride was emitting smoke from inside. Within seconds following this, the whole ride was inflamed. The flames burnt quick and burnt hot, and before anyone could react, the whole ride had turned to ash. Though some people did manage to escape the fire when they were inside the ghost train, it is believed those who perished decided to exit the cart they were riding in a bid to escape. Experts believed had they stayed in their car, it may have taken them to safety, though this is not confirmed. Authorities quickly tried to get to the bottom of the cause of the fire, and although their investigation concluded that the adventure park employees were not following the required safety protocols, they were not deemed responsible for the fire. There has been conspiracies that an individual known for organized crime may have orchestrated the fire in a bid to gain ownership of the park, though this was never proven. But one of the victim's parents soon found themselves in possession of key evidence. After months of mourning, he decided it was time to develop the photos he took the day of the fire. What he would find amongst his collection would lead him to ask many questions. What would have been not long before the fire, the father took a photo of his son. In this photo, there was a figure standing by his son. Although he does recall remembering the mysterious figure and his presence being odd, he thought nothing of it at the time. But now, considering what followed, he can't help but think that maybe the demon in the photo is responsible for the fire. The fire was later deemed an accident, and nobody has been found guilty of starting it. But even now, in 2021, conspiracies are rife. What do you think? Was it an accident? Was it orchestrated by a well-known organized crime figure? Or maybe was the whole thing considered a sacrifice by an unholy and crazed man playing the role of a demon? A man strolls through the courtyard of a decrepit and dangerous prison. He has had a rough time in this prison, and he is finding it increasingly difficult to survive. He picks up a rake and begins his detail for the day, clearing the leaves that had built up throughout the prison. Whilst the man was completing this task, his eyes were transfixed on a shed nearby. It was an old, rusted shed, barely managing to stay intact. Not much was known about what was in the shed, but that it had various signs warning people not to enter, and it was padlocked shut. Why was this shed so interesting to this inmate? Because just 6 feet from the shed was a wall. Just over that wall was freedom. This was a notorious spot in the prison, as it was the only part that was not blocked out by barbed wire. But there was always a prison guard nearby. But this inmate has been biding his time. He glanced at the guard on duty and noticed that he had fallen asleep at his post. This was his moment, his opportunity to escape the horrors which he had endured up until this point. He ran up to the shed and proceeded to climb it, making as little noise as he possibly could. Out of breath, he looked behind and saw the guard, still sleeping. Now, on the roof, he knew he would need a decent run-up in order to make the 6-foot jump out of the prison. He built up all the courage he had and started sprinting. He was sure he would make it. He reached the end of the shed and proceeded to put extra weight on his foot to prepare for his massive jump when the shed's roof caved in. The prison inmate crash-landed on the mysterious shed's floor. What he saw next would haunt him forever. He suddenly realized what this old shed was holding this entire time. A man is led to his cell on his first day of a 20-year sentence. Angry and emotional, the man looks back on how he ended up in such a terrible predicament. Drinking alone in a bar, he is drowning his sorrows. Yet another business venture has gone belly up, and he is not sure where his next paycheck is going to come from. Soon thereafter, a cheerful and jovial man approaches him. He quickly realizes he recognizes this person as a friend of a friend. They get to talking, and the lone drinker explains his latest business failure, and the other man tells him of a polar opposite story. He explains he just came back from South America, delivering some unique merchandise. He delivered some high-end religious statues to a company, and they pay good money. The man in the Hawaiian shirt offers the job to the lone drinker, and the drinker, down on his luck and affected by alcohol, accepts. Before he knew it, he was driving down to South America, but his trip was over as soon as it began. Police pulled him over, inspected his vehicle, and it turned out that all the religious statues were filled with drugs, heroin. With no paper trail, the man is charged for the crime alone. He meets trouble early in his stay at the prison. One of the most notorious prisoners is heard walking down the cell block, talking about the new prisoner. He's talking a lot. He's saying some very threatening things as he approaches his cell. He comes right up to the man's jail cell and starts threatening him directly. He says the next time they're in the courtyard together, it will be all over for him. He's going to stab him repeatedly until his heart stops beating. The man, terrified, knew that one way or another he had to find a way out of this prison, even if it means escaping. And so he plotted his escape, waiting for the perfect moment to jump from the shed's roof over the wall and to freedom. But there was one thing he didn't count on: the shed's roof not holding his weight. He lay on the floor of this old shed, and dark, creepy figures begin to approach him. Unsure of if these figures were safe, he proceeded to have a look around the rest of the shed. He saw many men, clearly out of their minds. They would defecate and urinate wherever they pleased, and it was not a pleasant sight. He quickly realized this was a place for the criminally insane. The dark figures continued to approach him. Soon, once the adrenaline no longer had a hold of the inmate's body, pain started to kick in. He had injured himself on his fall. As the terrifying and insane figures approached him, he passed out. He wakes up in his cell, on his bed. Before he could decipher what just went down, his jail cell opened up. He was free to go. It turns out that back home, the friend of a friend that put him in this predicament was caught by the police and confessed to being the ringleader of the smuggling attempt, and that the man arrested knew completely nothing about it. This information got sent to the prison, and the man was released. Now, suddenly on the other side of the fence, the man was free. He was deported back home to continue his life, putting this chapter behind him. The man is fortunate to have escaped these events alive. Threats were made, and he was trapped in a locked-up shed with insane criminals. He assumes that the police officer heard him fall through the roof and came to investigate, then took him away. The thing that the man is scared of the most is what did these insane criminals do to him during the period that he was passed out and then eventually taken back to his cell. It's likely he'll never know.
The muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. The muffin man who lives on Joey's land. Yes, I know the muffin man, the muffin man, the muffin man. Yes, I know the muffin man who lives on Joey's land.
Do you know the Muffin Man? It's a familiar nursery rhyme from all our childhoods, but this innocent song has dark origins. Centuries ago in England, there was a baker who lived on Drury Lane. This baker was known for his daily deliveries of muffins to the neighbourhood, much like a milkman. But unlike the milkman, this Drury Lane dicer did much more than deliver muffins. Legend has it that he would tie a piece of string to a muffin, and as a child attempted to retrieve it, he would drag it away. In hysterics, the child would chase the muffin, understanding it to be a game. Once the child was lured to the Drury Lane bakery, the home of the Muffin Man, he would snatch them, and the child would disappear for eternity. What was the motive for such a despicable crime? Supposedly, children would enjoy hanging around the Drury Lane bakery, disturbing the peace, reaping havoc, and causing the baker immense grief. He decided it was time to make his bakery a place to fear, and word quickly spread to avoid the Drury Lane bakery. Parents created a song to remind their children to stay away from Drury Lane and what they need to look out for. And now, when someone asks you if you know the Muffin Man, you can tell them, yes, I know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane. I know the serial killer. I know the Drury Lane dicer. It was a standard Saturday afternoon for the city located in the southern state of Australia. Roughly 50 to 60,000 fans were arriving to fill up the state's biggest stadium for the Australian rules football game that was taking place. Fans flocked to the stadium to see their favourite stars in action as the players began their pre-game warm-up. Some would get a better view than others, with corporate boxes available, as well as a famous standing area for those loyal followers of the team. Anticipation grew as the time grew closer for the game to begin. Joining the thousands of fans was a family of four, a mother, a father, as well as their two daughters, aged 11 and 4. The game began, and there was an intense atmosphere both on and off the pitch immediately, with the home team getting off to a good start. At 3/4 time, the two daughters of the previous mentioned family decided to go to the restroom. The father approved this, as he wanted to give his 11-year-old a bit more responsibility. So he and his wife stayed in their seats. The final quarter began, and the intense atmosphere relaxed a little, as it looked like the home team was going to get the win. 30 minutes passed, and the win was confirmed. Fans began leaving the stadium, pleased with the result. But there was an issue. The two girls who went to the restroom at 3/4 time had not returned to their seats. They simply vanished. Despite extensive searches for the two girls, in the days after the match they were not located. The parents, as well as the general population, started to fear for the worst. A general consensus in this matter was that the girls had been abducted by an unknown assailant or assailants. In the days following, there were multiple calls to the police detailing how they saw a man leaving the stadium with two young and distressed girls. A composite sketch was drawn up and released to the general public, hoping to generate more tips. As promising leads began to come in, dead ends followed. Time quickly passed, and there was no more information coming in. The case was shelved and became cold. Fast forward many, many years later, and to the parents' heartbreak, this case was still never solved. The police had an issue. They had a lot of cases that were left unsolved over the years that had gone cold, and they were trying to generate renewed interest in these cases in order to gain new leads and hopefully solve them once and for all. That's when a discussion took place, which led to a new campaign to solve these cold cases. The police concluded that although the general public can assist in unsolved cases, there's a group of individuals who are more likely to have crucial information that they're not sharing. Prisoners. Decks of playing cards were distributed to inmates of various prisons throughout the state. On each of these playing cards was a victim of an unsolved crime. They would detail their name, age, and race, and go into details of why their crime was left unsolved. It was hoped that this initiative would lead to inmates communicating with one another and some secrets being told, which would later be communicated to the police force, and then eventually lead to the case being solved. The 2 girls that went missing at the stadium would end up featuring on these cards, as well as other notorious cases. One famous one in particular, the Beaumont children, were featured on these cards, and in fact many people believe the perpetrator of that crime was also responsible for taking the girls at the stadium, though this is unproven. Unfortunately, this initiative has not been successful in solving the crime of the 2 missing girls, but there's still hope. It's now been almost 50 years since these events took place, and one can hope that one day these girls' assailant can be brought to justice. But for now, he's still out there, somewhere. A little girl and her father enter the car park of their local grocery store. The girl is excited. She doesn't get out of the house very often, and she sees this as a special treat as she gets to look at the range of beautiful products. She enters the store with her father, highly anticipating the shop ahead. As she walks down each aisle, she gazes upon and appreciates all the bright colors the store's products have to offer. At one point, she separates from her father. When she reaches the dairy section, she is drawn to the fridge where the milk is kept. She stares at a group of cartons, puzzled. She looks closer and suddenly realizes she recognizes the little girl on the carton. She's looking at a picture of herself. In the late 1970s and early 80s, there was a major focus on missing children in the United States. In modern times, an average of 460,000 children are reported missing every year. Very quickly, there became a need to get missing person cases spread to the public on a scale not seen before. There needed to be more than a child missing poster stapled to a tree. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of missing children cases did not come about by a stranger abducting a child, but by a parent taking the child in a bitter divorce battle. Following these alarming and rising statistics, a not-for-profit organization came up with a unique way of getting missing child posters in every kitchen in the United States, dubbing it the Missing Children Milk Carton Program. It was decided that milk companies would put the faces of missing children on their products in a bid to get their cases solved. By the mid-1980s, almost half of the milk companies joined the agenda. Although it didn't come without its criticisms, as some believed it hyped up the illusion of stranger danger. Kids would be frightened at their own breakfast table, fearing they would end up on a milk carton next. The little girl continues to stare at the milk carton with the familiar photo. She opens the fridge and takes one out. She rushes excitedly to her father to show him what she found. She feels like a rock star, a famous person. She didn't understand why her face was on there, but she didn't care. She showed her father the carton and he was stunned. Just for a second he seemed startled, but then gained his composure. The little girl pleaded with her father, asking if they could buy the carton. Although somewhat reluctant, the father agreed, but there were terms. They took the carton home, and the father cut out the picture. He made his daughter promise that this would be their little secret. Not even her mother can know. The little girl agreed. Instantly, she took her new favorite toy and put it in her toy box, ready for play. Weeks passed by, and a rare situation came about. The little girl was allowed to go play at her neighbor's house with two kids that were similar to her age. She took her toy box with her. She had loads of fun playing with her toys with her neighbors until her father came and took her back home. Later, the neighbor's mother was cleaning up when she noticed that their neighbor's daughter had left behind her toy box. She noticed something strange, some kind of poster. She eventually saw and read it. What she saw stunned her. A father is seated at his kitchen table, pondering as he is currently in the middle of brutal divorce proceedings. He is having his daughter for the weekend and decides to go check on her. He cannot believe his eyes, as when he looks into her room, he sees an empty room. She has been abducted. The man's ex-wife has skipped town. He suspects he and her new boyfriend have taken his daughter. He becomes obsessed with bringing her back. He puts up posters all over town, contacts the media, but nobody knows where they have gone. He decides to contact his local milk company, hoping they will brand her image on their product. Although the company was initially reluctant, as it was not a child abduction case, but likely one where the mother took the child, they agreed to post her image on their cartons. A lot of time passes when the father receives a phone call out of the blue. It's the police. They have found his daughter. She's been living with her mother and supposed stepfather the whole time. Both parents have been arrested on child abduction charges. At long last, a father is reunited with his estranged daughter. Although that this girl was found due to the fact that her face was printed on a milk carton, it was one of the only cases that was deemed a success for this initiative. As the 90s started rolling in, a new system dubbed the Amber Alert was founded, and it quickly eradicated the dated milk carton plan. Although deemed a failure, I'm sure the father that was able to see his daughter grow up would beg to differ. A man was driving home from work late at night. He'd lived in this neighborhood for many years. It was a safe neighborhood. You may get occasional petty crimes from troubled youths, but nothing serious. The man arrived at his home, parking on the street as the driveway was full with his wife and daughter's car. The man just happened to peer into his front lawn when he couldn't believe what he saw. Just below his daughter's window, he saw a man. The man was crouched and looked like he was trying to keep very still, but it was obvious that there was someone there. Instantly, the man in the car grabbed a flashlight and ran out of the car and shined it on the mysterious peeping Tom. In the light of the torch, revealed a stranger wearing all black with a balaclava covering his face. The mystery man sprinted away into the darkness. The other man quickly dropped his flashlight and sprinted into the house to make sure his wife and daughter were okay. Thankfully, they were. A few nights later, the daughter was in her bedroom with her boyfriend. He had slept with her each night since the incident took place, as she was in fear that the mystery man could come back. They were discussing the incident when the boyfriend asked, "What would you do if he was outside your window right now?" The daughter didn't respond, and the boyfriend, curious, thought he would open the curtains to make sure everything was safe. Nonchalantly, the boyfriend opened the curtains. To their horror, on the other side of the window stood a man. The man, although initially startled by the opening of the curtain, for a split second stared down the boyfriend. Then, he once again sprinted off into the darkness. Weeks went by, and there were no more incidents. No more mystery man lurking in the darkness. The daughter was finally starting to forget about the incident and move on. But one afternoon, the phone rang and the daughter answered.
Hello? Hello?
Gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Gonna kill.
The woman knew this had to be the man lurking outside her bedroom window. He is still following her. The man never called again. They all felt that maybe he was only visiting their town or had moved, because many, many years went by and he was never heard from again. But for the family, the daughter in particular, life was never the same again. She never truly recovered with the thought of an unidentified, deranged madman who may come back at any time. A family has been left scarred by the atrocities of an unidentified male who terrorized their home by stalking their premises, making terrifying phone calls, and more. This family weren't the only ones who had to endure the terror that this man brought them. The whole town was brought to a standstill, with many reported burglaries. Sometimes people's homes would be ransacked twice. Yet nobody knew who this man was. Soon after this, the man's crimes escalated to unspeakable atrocities. Then, out of nowhere, everything stopped. No more ransackings, no more sightings, and no more phone calls. People didn't know it at the time, but an incident took place which led to the reason why the man disappeared from the previously quiet town. A man entered the town's local drugstore. Whilst the employees noticed the man, there was nothing overtly suspicious about him. He was well groomed, neatly dressed, and was just casually browsing the store. So it came as a complete shock when two of the store's employees watched as the grown man is seen taking some dog repellent and shoving it down his trousers. The two clerks immediately confront the man and explain to him they saw what he had done. The man smiled and denied the accusations. The employees asked the man to accompany them to the manager's office. The man instead decided to make a run for it, and the employees chased him, tackled him to the ground, and tied him to a chair, and then they called the authorities. The employees discovered that the man also was attempting to steal a hammer. The shoplifter, who seemed desperate to escape, then started doing something unexpected. He started panicking and breathing frantically, claiming that he was having a heart attack. The employees saw right through this and knew that this was a last-ditch effort from the man to try and get away. It did not work. The police arrived and he was arrested and taken away. The most shocking part of this incident was that it was later revealed that this man was a local police officer. He was subsequently fired and left town immediately after everything. But one thing always stuck with one of the employees. Why would a man, a police officer, commit a crime such as petty shoplifting? It was clear he could afford the item he was trying to steal. Why did he need dog repellent and a hammer? And why didn't he want anyone to know that he was purchasing these products? The real reason behind his actions would not come to light for many, many years. The man's crime spree continued across many different locations. He moved from city to city and again escalating to more despicable and depraved actions. Then he disappeared back into the darkness again in 1986. With no fresh evidence, the police could not pinpoint who was guilty of all these crimes. The case was shelved and eventually became a cold case. 32 years later, a police officer took charge of the old cold case and was determined to find, arrest, and charge the man. Eventually, he had nailed down all of their suspects to just one man. The only thing left to do was to acquire his DNA and match it. One day, he was parked outside this man's house, contemplating whether or not to knock on his door. He eventually decided against it, as he thought it could compromise the case. Instead, he decided to keep tabs on him and find the opportune moment to swipe some DNA. A man was in his home, working on his model ship. Working on this for a couple of hours, he determined that he needed some extra parts in order to continue his hobby. So he got in his car and he headed to the local shopping center. Unbeknownst to him, he was being followed. The man ensured he kept a safe distance so he did not arouse suspicion. The man parked his car and he headed inside. The man on his tail quickly jumped out of his car and swooped on his target's vehicle. He took DNA from the man's door handle and quickly disappeared. The man finished from getting the parts he needed for his model ship. He got in his car and he returned home. 6 days later, the results returned and confirmed all of the police officers' suspicions. It was a match. It was a match to a lot of different crimes, spanning over almost 10 years, and not captured until many, many years later. And so police enforcement headed to the guilty man's residence. He was arrested without any dramatic circumstances. It was over. The police had got their man. Interestingly, he was more worried about the roast he had in the oven than being arrested. The woman who had been stalked and received terrifying phone calls from the man was finally at peace. She had been left scarred, and her life had been forever changed from the events she had to endure. The former employees from the drugstore who detained a man for stealing a hammer and a dog repellent were later informed that the man that they had caught was the same man who had been reaping havoc on their town way back in 1975. But the criminal wasn't done. He had one more game plan to play with law enforcement. It is known that when he was in a difficult situation, he is known to feign injury or even fake a heart attack to gain sympathy or to help elude capture. It appeared he was trying this again when he was being sentenced in court. He appeared confused and frail, yet this was later confirmed as fake, as CCTV footage showed him in the prison, exercising and running around freely. His show in the courtroom was all an act. Despite evading capture for almost 40 years, the man was eventually undone by modern science and good old-fashioned police work. This animation is a dedication to all the victims that survived and unfortunately passed at the hands of this despicable and awful man. May you all rest in peace, or live in peace. May 18, 1965. Two Russian men are about to achieve history. Aboard a spaceship, they hover well above the Earth, taking in all the sights. Never in history has a man ever entered space, and here was this astronaut ready to step out with nothing to protect him but a tether around his waist and his spacesuit. Nobody knew what to expect. He exited the spaceship, and immediately he saw nothing but beauty. There was Earth, unobstructed in all its glory. Minutes felt like seconds. The astronaut felt like a child again as he gazed upon the entirety of humanity. Little did he know, disaster would soon occur. It was not yet known that the spacesuit he was wearing would inflate once it hit space. As his spacesuit grew, he continued to enjoy the amazing view. Time went quick, and he decided it would be best to return to the spaceship to ensure safety. But as the spacesuit had inflated, he was unable to return in the way that he came. He was much too big. Panic started to settle in. The first man to walk in space was now stuck in it. A dangerous decision had to be made. They decided to deflate his suit by releasing the oxygen valve. This was extremely dangerous. He could run out of air, suffer from heat stroke, or even succumb to decompression sickness, any of which would kill him. His oxygen levels reached below the recommended levels, but it was enough to deflate his suit and return him safely to the spaceship. It was time to return back to Earth. As they were descending, it became apparent that they were still in danger. The automatic guidance system, which would lead them safely back to Earth, had now malfunctioned. Having to work manually, the astronauts fought to return back home, which they did. But they crash-landed far, far away from home. They had crashed in a hospitable, snowy mountain. No humans were present for hundreds of thousands of miles. Temperatures reached below -5 degrees Celsius, and all they had was their tiny little spaceship to keep them alive. Although the conditions were a big enough task, the astronauts had other things to worry about. They had landed in an area heavily stocked with wolves. wolves that were currently aggressive due to their mating season. Their superiors had located them, but couldn't get to them, which meant they had to endure a night in the snowy wilderness. They managed to survive. Then the next day they were dropped supplies to help them survive even further. This meant they could build fires. They spent another night in the blistering snow, but were able to fend off any predators because of this fire. The very next day, they were rescued and were equipped with ski equipment and skied through the mountains to safety. These astronauts were extremely lucky. So many times their lives could have been taken away, and they were spared. They were fortunate not to die in space, die on impact when they crashed, or to be hunted down and devoured by these vicious wolves. They were able to walk away and tell one hell of a story.
A lady was at her local shopping mall, minding her own business and enjoying some much needed retail therapy. She went from shop to shop, just window shopping, and all the salespersons left her alone, which was exactly how she liked it. Soon she was approached by a man in casual clothes who claimed to be a police detective. He told her that someone had broken into her car and that she needed to come down to the station to identify the suspect. The 18-year-old woman was suspicious of this man. She asked for identification to confirm he was whom he said he was. The man brandished a badge, and to the young woman it looked legitimate. She agreed to accompany him down the station. She still had this nagging feeling that something wasn't right, but she decided to go against her instincts. They eventually reached his car, which turned out to be a Volkswagen Beetle. Once they were inside the Beetle together, he started driving. He drove for about 5 minutes before going down a side street. "Are you sure this is the right way?" the lady asked. And quickly, the man's demeanor changed. His smile faded, and his gentle persona that the lady had come to know had now turned sinister. He then decided to pull over on the curb by his school. "What are you doing?" she asked. He quickly and aggressively grabbed her arm and placed a handcuff on her, but he could not get the other cuff on. He then attempted to attack her with a crowbar. The woman's survival instinct kicked in, and she started to defend herself. She reached the handle, swung the door of the VW open, and rolled out onto the road. She then made a run for it, returning back to the shopping mall. At one point, she did look back whilst running, and she saw the Beetle speeding off. She had managed to escape a kidnapping attempt. She was very, very lucky. She reported this incident to the police, and it would begin a downfall for one of the most notorious serial killers. The young lady didn't know it at the time, but she would end up being one of the only people to survive an attack from this man. It was Halloween 2013. I was 16 years old and was trick-or-treating with my 6-year-old nephew in our local town. We'd covered about 2 blocks door knocking for treats, and we were very successful with the amount of treats that we were able to get. We then reached our next destination. This house had no fences and had a long, curved driveway which led to the front door. We knocked on the door and I stood back so my nephew could take the lead on this visit. It seemed like nobody was going to answer and we were about to give up, and then suddenly the door opened. A woman answered the door. She had dark eyes, dark long hair, and also dressed in dark, daggy clothing. She looked like she had had a hard life. She had not said a word when she opened the door. In her hand she had a wafer tin. She just stuck it out towards my nephew. He took 2 of the wafers. We both said thank you, and the lady just shut the door without saying anything. I couldn't help but feel suspicious about the wafers that the lady had given us, because I had noticed that the chocolate on the inside of the wafer had been scraped out. I decided to tell my nephew that he could not eat the wafer and that we should wait until we get home. But as he always liked being defiant, he wanted to eat it anyway and prove me wrong. So I decided to test the wafer so I knew that it was safe for him to have. What happened after I ate the wafer is a bit hard for me to recall, but I remember smacking the wafer out of my nephew's hand and stomping on it. We decided to walk back to my sister's house because immediately after eating the wafer, I was not feeling like myself. My body felt stiff and was seizing up. Everything around me seemed to be speeding up. On our way back, there is one thing I will never forget. I recall seeing a family. There was a mum, dad, and their son. The son was dressed up as Jigsaw from the movie series Saw, and it's just something I'll never forget whilst all this was happening. The boy was just staring at me for a very long time and just would not stop staring. As we started getting closer to the house, I started feeling certain symptoms that I assume were side effects from eating the wafer. I was starting to feel nauseous, and there was this odd sensation in my chest, which made my heart beat really fast. It felt like there was bubbles in my chest. I also noticed that I was struggling to control my hands. I seemed to be constantly twitching. Eventually we got back to the house, and my family members were trying to figure out what had happened. One of my relatives thought that the wafer could have contained marijuana, but I felt my symptoms were not consistent with that. We decided the best thing to do was to go to the hospital and find out what had happened. We did a blood test, and it was after this that the doctor had some shocking news. He would go on to tell us that I had methamphetamine in my system. I was completely shocked. What was even more shocking was that the doctor said it was extremely lucky that my nephew did not eat his wafer, as the dose was big enough to kill him. My takeaway from all of this, and my only piece of advice that I will give to you after this story, is never accept unwrapped candy from a stranger at Halloween. Ever. One night, I was on the side of the road whilst I was on patrol. I was just taking a brief break and enjoying my coffee when I started hearing something. It sounded like there was a vehicle approaching where I was. Then suddenly, this truck just zoomed past me and it was driving erratically. So immediately, I pursued the driver. I thought it was odd and suspicious that someone would be on this road this late whilst the weather was this wild, especially a trucker. I signaled for the driver to pull over, and he eventually did. We were pulled over on the side of the highway. I got out of my car and I began to approach the driver. I shined the light on his face, and this was when he revealed that his face was covered in blood. When I asked him about the blood, I was not expecting his response. He began explaining how he had brutally clubbed a deer to death with a weapon. I was shocked, so I inspected the back of his truck. It was completely empty, apart from a bloody wrench and scissors. I questioned him further, but his story was constantly changing and his behavior was very suspicious. I ended up arresting him under the Wildlife Act and began investigating his claim of illegally killing an animal. I got in contact with a conservation officer who was skilled in tracking, and I got him to assist me in finding the deer that the man claimed to have killed. He managed to find tire tracks on a road just off the highway that matched the truck. He followed the tracks up the road, and then in the freshly falling snow, he managed to find footprints leading into the woods. He tracked the footprints, staying alert and looking for the deer. The footprints were going pretty deep into the woods. He was pretty concerned that maybe the snow would cover the deer and he would not be able to find it. But what he ended up finding is something that shook him to his very core. There, laid in the snow, was the body of a young woman. It was clear that she had been brutally beaten, killed, and dumped at this location. Despite the fact the woman lay deceased in the falling snow, the body was actually still warm, which is a clear indication of how close we had come to stopping this guy from doing this despicable act. He was charged with murder, and he will never see the light of day again. A couple of years ago, I experienced something I hope I never have to go through again. It started off as a normal morning. My partner got up first and was getting ready for work, whilst I was with our newborn, who was a little bit restless. My partner kissed me, left, and shut the door, and that's when things began to get a little bit unsettling. Whilst resting, I could hear what sounded like footsteps coming down the hall towards my room, but that didn't make sense. My partner should have left for work already. Maybe he forgot something. I realized suddenly that I could not move, and this wave of impending fear and dread just came over me. He walked in the room towards the wardrobe and stood there facing me and whispered my name. Anna. He said my name again, but this time in a sing-song voice. There were pauses, waiting to see if I would respond. He sat down on the bed, and I felt a hand on my thigh. I remember feeling scared for my newborn because, although it sounded like my partner, I just had this feeling that it wasn't him. I wanted to turn and see who it was, but I was frozen still. I could open and close my eyes, but that was it. I squeezed my eyes shut to try and go back to sleep so everything would stop and this thing or person would go away. I think I fell asleep. When I woke up, I could move again, but I was very scared, and I was still convinced that there was someone in the house. I knew my phone was flat, but if it wasn't, I would have called the police. Looking back, I think I now know what happened. I believe I experienced sleep paralysis. As bad as that was, It's nowhere near as frightening as the prospect of someone being in the house and imitating my partner. Honestly, I prefer the sleep paralysis story. This happened to me a few nights ago. I was taking my dog for his nightly walk. It was a bit of a windy night, but otherwise it was pretty standard. I've never had any trouble taking these walks, so I was pretty carefree and allowed my dog to walk without a leash. I've lived in this area for a few years, and at least from my experience, I considered it to be low on the number of weirdos, and it contained mostly good people. I was continuing to walk when out of nowhere I heard a voice from a man, and he asked me if I wanted to smoke, and he held out a packet of cigarettes. I was startled. I had no idea someone was even standing there. My dog took an instant disliking to the new stranger. I responded that I was okay, but I also thanked him for his offer. He didn't respond, and there was just an awkward pause, and he walked away. I continued on my walk, thinking nothing of the incident. Just some weirdo in the park, I thought to myself. But what I didn't realize was that this stranger was making his way back to me. And not just casually either. He was running, and he was quickly catching up to me. I awoke. I was very confused and feeling a lot of pain in my knee, but especially my neck. Thankfully, as soon as I was awake, my dog was there to comfort me. The mysterious man was gone. I have no idea what he wanted. He didn't take anything from me. Why was he strangling an innocent stranger in the park? These questions have unfortunately been left unanswered. I reported the incident to the police, but as they do not have much to go on, they were unable to catch the stranger in the park. I now, of course, only walk my dog during the day.
This story began one night about 10 years ago when me and my friend were 5 minutes from the center of the city and we were heading to a gig. He was a musician and had a lot of friends who were also in a band. It's because of this that when we were walking past this abandoned warehouse, it caught his eye. He noticed there was a broken window on the side of the building. He made the impulsive decision to climb up the building and then enter through the broken window. He said it was very dark and he could not see much, so he decided to put on his phone light, and from what he could see, he knew it was perfect. He wanted to use this warehouse so he and his friends' bands can play gigs there, sort of like an underground concert. And so it went ahead. Many bands agreed to play at the abandoned venue. They managed to get a generator to ensure there was power and that they could play, and it was really surreal in there. Word must have got out because there was a large amount of people at these gigs, and it was a pretty crazy time. On one of the nights, me and my friend decided to go exploring the warehouse to see what else was there. we went walking through a pretty dark area when we noticed something. It was a tent set up in the middle of the warehouse, really odd. We decided to inspect the tent and see if someone or something was in there. When we shined the light on the tent, there was nothing but rubbish and beer cans, but there also was a diary. I decided to pick up the diary and have a little bit of a read. What was in the diary would end up shocking me to my very core. In the diary was explicit details of a homeless man and his infatuation with a woman who was virtually a stranger to him. He explained how he had fantasies of stalking and killing her, and it was just full of nonsensical ramblings from an obviously crazed homeless man. I freaked out, and just when I didn't think I could get any more spooked, I started to hear some rustling. Was he coming back to his tent? I froze. My friend shined the torch on where the noise was coming from. Even though it was just a rat, we took it as a sign to leave, and we briskly walked out of there. We decided to leave the warehouse entirely after this, and we never ever went back. I think there was only 1 or maybe 2 more nights at the warehouse, and either it died down or the cops found out about it. My friend ended up keeping the diary, but I'm not sure what he did with it. Either way, I'm glad we never ran into the crazed homeless man.
This story took place back in the 90s, when I was 8 years old. My uncle was visiting for the weekend from interstate, and he was sleeping in the room that me and my sister normally share, so we slept on the lounge. I finished playing my game, switched off the light, and I headed to bed. Thankfully, the couch I was sleeping on was comfortable, and I managed to fall asleep. Suddenly, I was awoken by a very distinctive sound. The door connected to our backyard pergola had been opened. My dad must not have locked it. I couldn't hear much after this sound. My dog was out there, and I'm pretty sure I heard his collar jingle a little bit. Suddenly, I felt wide awake, full of adrenaline. My heart was pounding. It was dead quiet. I was intently listening for any suspicious noises, but still, silence. I contemplated peeking behind the curtain, but I was way too scared of what I might have seen behind there. Instead, I stayed still, absolutely petrified. About 10 minutes went by when suddenly I heard that noise again. It was the door, except this time the door was slamming shut. I waited a couple of minutes, and then I asked my sister if she had heard the noises too. She responded yes. She had heard everything too, but she was much too scared to even open her eyes. We ran to my uncle's room, ready to tell him everything that had happened. I could tell he was quite tired, and I don't think he believed there was actually anything suspicious going on. Nonetheless, he got up, and I think for our peace of mind, he opened the curtains and turned the light on. Nothing there. My sister and I returned to the couch. Maybe we were just hearing things. I struggled to fall back asleep, but eventually I did. The next day, something happened that confirmed there was definitely an intruder in our backyard the night before. My dad went out to get the morning paper, and as soon as he went out there was the dog. He ran up to him, and thankfully he was unharmed and appeared happy. He must have followed the intruder out the backyard when he left. Unfortunately, we never found out who this intruder was, and we don't know what they were doing in our backyard and why. This story took place when I was 8 years old, and my mother and I had just moved into a new house. I loved that house until I realized there was something strange. That something was our neighbor. We'll call him Steve. Steve was an older man, probably in his early 60s at the time. He was very socially awkward, so his wife had to do the talking for him when they were around. It wasn't until months later, when my mum and I were returning home from dinner at around 8:30 p.m, that I noticed Steve had ran to his window to watch us. He saw the headlights of my mum's car pull up to our house. He swung open his front door and pretended to take out the trash, although trash night had already passed. He just stood there watching my mum and I as we ran to the front door, and my mum was frantically trying to open it. We turned around to look and see where he was, and he just gave us the creepiest smile and wave I've ever seen. Later that night, around midnight, I heard a strange sound outside of my bedroom window. I kept on hearing it and I just couldn't figure out what it was. And then suddenly I realized that the sound was rocks hitting my window. I decided to go have a look outside my window and see what was going on. And outside my window was Steve. He was throwing the rocks. The next night, my mum and I went to the mall. It was roughly around 8 p.m. I felt as though we were being followed, so I whipped my head around and there he was. Steve was following us. He noticed us noticing him, so he decided to ditch his trolley, and then he quickly ran and hid behind a rack of clothes. Not long after this, my mum and I drove home, and once again there was Steve not far behind us. Luckily, that was all that happened that night. I couldn't call the police as there was no solid evidence, so one day I had had enough. I was in a room by a big sliding glass door, and Steve had come around my backyard and was just standing there and staring at me. I got really angry, yelled at him, and I locked my door and shut the curtains. When I peeked out the curtain, he was right up against the glass, and he was just smiling at me. I felt like I couldn't live comfortably in my own home, so shortly after this we decided to move, and luckily we are now safe. I pray I never run into Steve again.
Quack, 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 quack.
This story happened to me when I was younger and began at the movie theater at our local shopping complex. Me and my friend were enjoying the film and having a good time when I happened to glance behind me and I noticed something. It was this guy. He was roughly the same age as us, and he was just looking at us with this intense stare. I quickly faced the movie again and I just tried to ignore it. I was starting to feel uneasy, so I decided to look behind me again, and still, the guy's eyes were locked on us. I turned around again and just watched the remainder of the film. The movie finished and we made our way out. The creepy guy was not far behind us, but there was only one way out, so it's not like he was stalking us. We made our way down the escalator, and once again I looked back to see if he was there, and there he was, only this time he was really close to us. I started to feel really anxious, and I did not know what to do. He continued to follow us, but suddenly, he was just gone. I felt so much relief, I could relax again. We left the shopping centre and headed for the train home, and we were about to go up some stairs. I turned around and suddenly noticed that this guy was once again following us, only this time he was sprinting towards us. I yelled at my friend and we sprinted up the stairs. He, however, was quickly catching us. We made it up the stairs and were running through the car park, and we decided to hide behind one of the cars in the hope that he would not find us. We stayed quiet, although I felt like my breathing was making so much noise, like he would be able to hear it and find us. I was trying to hold my breath. Suddenly, we heard footsteps. They were getting close. He was going to find us. I was so terrified in that moment. Just a jogger. I breathed a sigh of relief. We waited a little while longer, but there was no longer any sign of him. We caught the train home, and we were feeling at ease. I didn't know what the man wanted, but I am super glad that we didn't find out. I was still so paranoid he may have been on that train, but thankfully he wasn't.
I am still a high school student, and this happened a few weeks ago. Since the coronavirus pandemic began to break out in the USA, everything has been shut down, including my two older brothers' college. They live in the city of Chicago in an apartment, but have no choice but to come home during this time since everything is online. Since they are not using the apartment, my family decided it would be best if we just had them move out of it, as that is what other people are doing, and there's really no point in paying rent on a place where you don't live. My father was originally supposed to drive to the city to pick up my older brothers, but he got caught up with some work-related stuff, so I was sent. I drove to the city, but it was night time, so the streets were dead empty. As soon as I got there, my brothers and I began loading the car so we could get home quickly. Whilst we were doing that, I noticed I could hear a sound from the nearby alley. I shrugged it off as nothing and thought maybe I was just tired and should have asked one of my brothers to drive us home. But soon after, I heard the same sound, and this time my brothers were with me and they also heard the noise. We all looked closer into the alley and we noticed a man emerge from the bushes. We asked if he was alright, but then suddenly we noticed that this man was wearing a mask over his face. Immediately I was concerned, as this masked man did not say a word and would just stare at us. We just completely froze as the man just continued to stare at us. He continued to stare, but then he moved to the side, and we noticed that behind him were 3 other men dressed similarly with masks on. But it wasn't the other 3 men that terrified us, it's what they had beside them. There was a body just lying flat on the ground. And I also noticed that one of the men were putting a knife away. We all freaked out and jumped into the car, and right then one of the men charged at us, but I stepped on the gas pedal by this time, just wanting to get out of there with my brothers. We looked back and the men were in the street just staring at us. Luckily, we had left nothing behind. We didn't say anything for about 10 minutes, but then we eventually called the cops. They said they'd look into it, but unfortunately, they found nothing. I still wonder to this day what would have happened if we didn't get into the car as fast as we did, and if one of those men had caught up to us. I don't know why they murdered another man like that, and I honestly do not want to know. All I can say is, stay home and stay safe. This story happened a few years ago whilst I was driving across the Australian outback. I am a truck driver and I spend most of my time transporting steel from one place to another. I drive a triple road train. It's 53 meters long. It is the same length as an Olympic-sized swimming pool. One afternoon, roughly around 3 p.m, I was driving through the outback. A cyclone had been and gone and the rain was very heavy. Nothing but black clouds. Eventually, I reached one of the more challenging parts of my trip, a river crossing. This river has flowing water streaming across the path. When you come to the river crossing, you either commit to crossing them or you don't. With my truck, I should have enough horsepower to carry me through. I decided to commit. I powered over the river and it seemed to be going well. I managed to get the first 2 trailers over when suddenly the truck came to a complete halt. What I feared had happened. The 3rd trailer had gotten stuck in the soft sand right in the middle of the river crossing. Why was I so concerned? I knew what I had to do to get out of the river and I knew how to do it, but I knew there was something out there lurking that's going to make this task extremely dangerous. That thing is the saltwater crocodile. This situation is nothing new to the crocodile. This massive truck going over the river crossing has just created a lot of noise and could have attracted their attention. What I needed to do was hop out of the truck and gather some logs and wedge the logs under the legs of the 3rd trailer. I gathered the logs I needed and started making my way across the river crossing, trying to avoid splashing to ensure I don't attract their attention. I put the logs under the 3rd trailer successfully. So far, so good. I quietly made my way back to the truck and I thought I could hear something. Was something lurking in the water? It seemed like everything went quiet. Then it happened. I heard a huge splash and could feel this mammoth of a creature hurtling towards me. The adrenaline hit me instantly and I sprinted for safety. I'll always be thankful that I managed to avoid the predator's unforgiving jaws. I got back in my truck and I just prayed the logs I laid down would get me out of this mess. I started it up and attempted to move forward. Pushing on the accelerator, nothing seemed to be happening. I was daunted by the prospect of having to go back there and reorganize the logs. Then suddenly, success. The truck powered forward and in seconds I was out of the river and free to continue on my journey. Still full of adrenaline and disbelief, I powered on. In future, I have decided not to cross these crossings alone or without potential aid. The thought of a croc dragging me in the river will forever haunt me. My name is Sarah. I'm an 18-year-old girl, and this happened to me last summer in the middle of August. I was walking home after going to one of my friend's house to hang out and do typical things a normal girl would do for a few hours. I knew I could have just driven home, but it was only a 15-minute walk, so I decided to do the latter so I can enjoy the fresh summer air. It was around 9:30 p.m, and by this time, everyone in the neighborhood had settled in their homes for the night, leaving the street devoid of any activity. Whilst walking, I had that cliche feeling that I was being watched. I constantly looked around me to see if I was being followed, but luckily, no sign of life. I was just 3 minutes walking distance from my house when I reached an intersection. I pushed the button and waited for the light to turn green, and then I proceeded to cross the road. That's when I saw him for the first time. A fully grown man who clearly looked to be somewhere in his 40s. He came out from behind a light pole without any warning and scared the living daylights out of me. He was wearing a hoodie and baggy pants, even though it was something like 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. "Hi there, young lady," said the man. "That's a really nice outfit you got there," in his raspy voice. His breath reeked of cigarettes. He then went on to say how attractive I was, further making me feel uncomfortable. This sort of attention from men was nothing new to me, but this man was clearly 30 years older than me at least. He offered to escort me home, but I declined. Following this, he asked if I had a boyfriend, and I lied to him and said yes. I can tell he was starting to lose his cool just by his voice. Most likely, as a desperate last-ditch effort to win me over, he cut right to the chase and straight up asked me if I wanted to go out on a date with him, and then he flashed a really hideous grin. Just about had enough of this guy. I clenched my fist, told him in his face that I'm not interested, and turned to leave, but he grabbed me by the shoulders and tried to drag me away to only God knows where. During the struggle, I saw a white van with the windows tinted and the license plate suspiciously covered in duct tape. I thought those were the final moments of my life right then and there. I tried so hard not to cry as I practically was on the verge of tears. I managed to work up the courage to fight back and kicked him as hard as I could on his shin. Believe it or not, it worked. He yelled in pain, cursing, stumbled backwards to the ground whilst clutching his shin, and thankfully he let go of me. I booked it out of there, took a slight detour route to my house just in case he decided to follow me. I dared not to look behind me the whole way back. When I got home, I didn't call the cops for some reason, nor did I tell anyone else about it. Not even my own family, probably because I was still traumatized at what had just happened. It all happened so quickly. Nowadays, I regret not telling anyone about the incident because now there's still a crazy psycho out there looking for its next victim, or even worse, trying to look for me again. From then on, whenever I walked somewhere, I always made sure I had someone with me. Never did I walk alone again, especially at night. This happened back in 2018. I went to the doctors because my newborn had flu-like symptoms. From time to time, she seemed to be struggling to breathe. The doctor said it would be best I took my girl to the emergency department. I was sitting in the waiting room, waiting to be seen by pediatrics. I'd been waiting a long time. I'd been here before and I knew how things worked. If you were a patient or were visiting and you needed to get to the patient's ward, you needed to be buzzed in and then the door would be open. There was no other way in there. I quickly had to step out of the hospital because I forgot to bring the nappies in with me and I needed to change my daughter. When I came back, I noticed a woman was waiting to be seen by the receptionist. At first, I did not pay much attention to her as there was also a man who was trying to get buzzed into the ward, and it was quite clear that this man was a drug addict. He was known to the staff and would come in when he needed help, when he was suffering withdrawal symptoms or something similar like that. He got let through and the door shut
and as it shut, the woman walked up to the door and she tried to open it, which obviously she was unable to. One thing I noticed as well was that she was also constantly going in and out of the bathroom. Over time, a doctor would come out and call a patient to be seen. The door would open and she would try to get into the ward, but each time she failed to do so. This woman didn't talk. She wouldn't communicate with anyone why she wanted to get in the ward so badly. Security were nearby as well, monitoring the situation. She went into the bathroom again, and I could tell that the staff were getting quite suspicious of her. A bit of time passed when suddenly we heard this big bang coming from the bathroom. Security went and knocked on the door to ask if she was okay. This was the first time she spoke, but she only said yes. A few minutes later, we heard the bang again, and this time the security guard, who was a male, was given approval to inspect the woman's bathroom. He opened the door, and to his surprise, the bathroom was empty. Nobody was in there. Everyone was very confused. Where did she go? A bit of time passed, and suddenly I heard this huge crash. There was dust everywhere, and I heard something crash right next to where I was sitting. I quickly got out of harm's way and checked on my newborn. Luckily, she and myself were left unharmed. I looked up to see what was going on, and I just saw a hole in the roof and a lady's legs dangling out of that hole. It had to be the lady from the bathroom. She managed to get back into the roof and she crawled away. She kept on crawling and made it into the ward. She was causing a lot of damage. I'm not sure how, but eventually she got down and the police apprehended her. When they took her out of the building, I noticed she was wrapped in towels, but she was quite obviously naked. She must have stripped down while she was crawling up there. After this happened, I finally got seen by pediatrics. Luckily, my newborn was okay and we got sent home. I never found out what happened to the lady, but I sincerely hope she got the help she needed. A few years back, me and my friends decided to go camping at the local forest. My friends left early afternoon, but I had work, so I told them when I finished work, I would drive up and meet them there. I was about 15 minutes away, and the sun would set soon. Suddenly, I noticed these two men in the middle of the road, and they were flagging me down. Normally, I wouldn't stop, but this was a friendly country town. It was normal to be quite neighbourly. They told me they were driving through a dirt road and managed to get their car bogged and were hoping I would be able to help them out. I was happy to help them and luckily had all the tools I needed to get them out. I pulled the car out rather easily and we said our goodbyes. I didn't think much of it. The men themselves didn't seem suspicious. I just found it a bit odd that they had a four-wheel drive and couldn't get out of that spot themselves. The car should have been able to pull itself out. Nonetheless, the sun set and I arrived at my destination. My friends already had the fire burning, the music cranking and the beers flowing, so I had some catching up to do. I was downing my beers quickly and instantly feeling the buzz. I needed to take a leak. I headed a short distance to do so. When I finished, I went to turn back and return to the campsite. But it wasn't where I thought it was. Nothing but darkness. I think the sculling of the beers hit me quicker than I thought, and maybe I walked further than I realized to relieve myself. I was now lost in the forest. I began trying to find my way back when I saw a light. I headed towards the light, and I soon realized that it was a car headlight. I figured whoever it was would be able to help me. The closer I got, I realized I recognized the car. It was the car that I helped get out of a ditch earlier that day. Before I could reach the car, I heard this huge scream. Within about a minute, I saw two masked men jump into the car and speed off. I ran towards the screams, and suddenly I was back at my campsite. They all looked horrified, scared out of their minds. I asked them what had happened. They told me 2 masked men appeared out of nowhere. They didn't say anything at first. They just stared at everyone. It was this real, surreal moment of silence. Then one of the men said, "He's not here." The other man appeared frustrated and then shoved one of my friends to the ground. It's this that made one of my female friends scream, the scream that I'd heard. The men then ran off. It may have been a coincidence, but somehow I think those masked men were looking for me. I've never been so happy to have been lost in my life. This happened back when my son was 9 months old. He was sleeping in his own room that my husband had just completed upgrading, and we decided it was a good idea to keep a baby monitor in there so we would hear him when he wakes up from his naps or during the night. The monitor did not have video, it was strictly sound. Nothing odd happened for quite a while, but over time I noticed something was different. My son would normally wake up during the night, and I would usually go into his room and comfort him, and then he would go back to sleep. This wasn't happening anymore. I would hear my son and give him a few minutes to try and settle, and it seemed that this process was working. I no longer needed to comfort him. This seemed to be the theme for the next week or so. But one night, my son woke and was crying. I swear I could hear humming and shushing coming from his room, and then silence. My son was no longer crying. I rushed into his room, and there was nothing suspicious. He was sleeping peacefully, nothing out of place. Everything was normal. One morning, I was awake but resting, and my husband got up as he had to go to work. About 20 minutes later, I once again heard my son wake up. I heard him being attended to, and very quickly my son was making no noise. He must be peacefully sleeping again. Another 20 minutes later, I decided I would text my husband and thank him for sorting out our son before he went to work. His response is something that I'll never forget, and it will forever haunt me. He said, "I didn't sort him out this morning. He was still asleep when I left." My eyes widened. Adrenaline hit. What is happening in my son's room? I ran into his room and swung the door open. Thankfully, my son was in there, but he was no longer in his cot. He was on the floor. He has clearly had his nappy changed and is in a new outfit, plus was drinking from a freshly warm bottle. If my husband didn't do this, then who did? I quickly took the bottle from my son, picked him up, took him out of the house and called the police. The police arrived quickly, and 2 officers went into the house to search. 10 minutes later they came out, but they weren't alone. With them, in handcuffs, was a woman, an old woman, could have been in her 60s. As the police took her into the back of the squad car, she was just staring at my son. Right before they put her in the car, she gave my son the scariest smile, which chilled me right to my core, something I will never forget. The police said that they had a look around the house and decided to look in my crawl space. Quickly, it became evident that someone was living there. It didn't take them long to find the old lady, and thankfully, she went with them peacefully. Fortunately, my son was okay. I contacted my husband and he came straight home, except with him, he had a new baby monitor, but this one had the video function. I now find myself hooked to looking at this monitor, terrified there may be someone in the room with my son. I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, who we'll call Cole, who's the same age as I am. The two of us were not quite inseparable, but we always did get along very well together and were often found together, both in school, as we'd always wound up in the same class together. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole on a Friday afternoon, and at one point my mum called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was being kept at the hospital overnight for observation. I was told that I was given the okay to stay at Cole's house for the night, with Cole's 15-year-old brother, who we'll call Hunter, being in charge while our parents were out. We ordered out for pizza and enjoyed goofing off as boys that age tend to do. At around 9 p.m. or so, there was a knock at the front door and Cole went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of the night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door were two older guys. They said that they were with the city and that they were investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Cole if his parents were home, and when Cole said they were unavailable at that moment, which we were told to say to strangers if our parents weren't home, the guys started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Hunter came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine and perhaps they should move on to check on other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but turned away and walked after Hunter started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but didn't think too much of it after that and went back to goofing off. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Cole and Hunter shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I'd sleep in there with them, and Hunter grabbed a sleeping bag out of their camping supplies for me. When we got in the bedroom, they stripped down to their briefs. Since I hadn't originally planned on staying the night, I hadn't brought anything with me from home as far as overnight stuff, but since I wasn't in the mood to sleep in my clothes, I also stripped down to my briefs. Early the next morning, I got up because I had to pee. On the way back to the bedroom, I heard something in the family room, which was on the opposite end of the house. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must be either Cole or Hunter, until I got back into the bedroom and I realized that both of them were still asleep in their beds. Trying not to panic, I woke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room, we saw the two guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear that they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment, and within a couple of minutes, several other cops were there as well, and they proceeded to enter the house, and after some searching, they caught the two guys. To add insult to injury, while we were standing outside while the cops searched the house, both to get the two guys and make sure there was no one else with them, some of the neighbors came out to see what the commotion was about, and this included some kids who went to the same school as Cole and myself, including a few who were in the 6th grade class with us. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we'd never had the chance to get dressed, so, just like in the stereotypical nightmare, we had to stand outside in full view of everyone in just our briefs for what seemed like forever, before being allowed back inside. When we went back to school on Monday, Cole and I had to put up with more than a bit of snickering, stares, and ribbing for the next few weeks until school ended for the summer. I don't know what sentence the guys got, but I hope I never run into them ever again. My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. Note that he weighed 325 pounds, I was only 120. Whilst unconscious on the ground, I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married, and almost immediately, we birthed our first daughter. I had a great job, and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, my wife and I birthed our second child, a beautiful baby boy. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day, while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon I stopped that too, as I was not eating or drinking. I stared at the fucking lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time, my awareness of my surroundings was breaking up, and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp is not real. This house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of it is real. The last 10 years of my life are not fucking real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective, and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. A fucking shit ton of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk, surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out, and I was just completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, dragged me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down into the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital by the cop. Seems he didn't want to wait for the ambulance to arrive and give CT scans and other checks. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane, as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have, but sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He is perpetually 5 years old, and I can never hear what he says.
We had been living in our council house in England for a few months when this took place. I was 8 at the time. Our house was a setup of 12 masonettes, and the whole block was attached from door 1 all the way to door 12. It was a fairly multicultural block, and we basically all knew each other. We were a family of 8, myself being the youngest. One day, there was a teenage boy who lived on our block who was part of a gang. I overheard him and a rival gang member having a heated argument. A few days after this incident, all hell broke loose on our entire block. One day, I was just hanging out on our balcony and enjoying the view, when I was suddenly alerted by one of the kids playing on the street. He warned me that around 30 gang members were approaching our block with machetes and homemade petrol bombs that they hadn't set alight to yet. My oldest brother was at work, but me and my sisters were at home at the time of the attack, but thankfully our parents were home. As the gang members approached the top of the no-through road, they began screaming and running. I could not explain how terrifying this was. We could do nothing. The gang knew that the boy lived on our block, but didn't know which number flat it was. We lived at number 1, so we'd be the first to be attacked. My mum took me and my sisters into the room that was in the centre of our home, and we all hugged and began crying and praying. My dad frantically ran from window to window trying to see what was going on, all the while trying to get through to the police. Their lines were jammed. Everyone on our block was trying to call them. My dad said that they were trying to light up their petrol bombs, but they just couldn't light them up. We began to hear banging and screams at our front door, and then they began running to the back door. Our back door was made of glass, and we were sure that we were about to die. All of a sudden, they began to run away, and we heard police sirens. My mum just collapsed to the ground and began crying. This was one of the most frightening experiences of my life. I'm 49 now, and I hope I never have to go through anything like that again.
My name is Jacob, and this incident happened about 2 years ago. I was 14 at the time, and my parents were on a weekend away in Napa Valley, California. I decided it would be a good chance to have some friends over since my parents were very strict and didn't allow me to do that type of stuff. I texted them, and in about 15 minutes, they all showed up. We had a loft upstairs, and this is where we were going to spend the night. The group was made up of me, my friend John, Dylan, Chris, and Carlos. About an hour later, I asked John if he could go get some snacks from downstairs, which he reluctantly agreed to. John was taking a little bit downstairs to bring back the snacks, but I didn't think anything of it. 5 minutes later, I heard the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. Right away, all 4 of us booked it down the stairs to see what the hell just happened. When we got down there, we all froze. 3 men were standing in my kitchen, and one of them was holding John in a headlock. One man in particular gave me the creeps. I think he must have been their leader. We were all still frozen, not sure what to do, when Dylan, who was lagging behind, had caught up. He had seen John in a headlock and got furious, and suddenly he ran at the men. Then suddenly, Chris and Carlos followed. I used this time to run up the stairs and grab the 12-gauge shotgun that was sitting in my dad's room. I loaded the shells, locked the chamber, and ran back downstairs. I got down there and I saw Dylan, Chris, and Carlos bloodied and beaten on the floor. Not sure what to do, I nervously pointed the shotgun at the men. The main guy, the creep, had noticed, and he looked very displeased that I had a gun. I summoned the courage and said, "Get out of my house or I'll shoot." This, however, did not have the desired effect. 2 of the men must have thought it was funny, as they were smiling at me. Clearly talking to them was not working, and I needed to take action. I decided to take my gun and fire a warning shot into the air. I pointed the gun at them once again, and it must have had the desired effect because suddenly they were gone. I alerted my friends and let them know that it was now safe. They started picking up their bloodied bodies off the floor. I called the police along with an ambulance to come to my house. All of us were questioned, except for John, because one of the burglars had broken his arm in the scuffle he had had with the robbers. The cops called my parents, who were proud of me for standing up and protecting my friends. The men were never caught, and I know you're thinking this story is fake, but what I witnessed that night was the furthest thing from it. This story took place on a warm summer's night in Australia. I was staying at my auntie's place for the night, and we decided to take her black Labrador for a walk to the park. The park was a short 5-minute walk from her house. There was not much going on in the neighbourhood that night. It was very quiet, virtually no people around. But when we turned a corner, we walked past this van. I didn't think much of it at the time, but later on, my auntie told me she was instantly suspicious of the man in the van. The walk continued as we were about to reach the park. I was looking forward to doing some training with my auntie's dog, as he was still young and keen to learn. We reached the park, and I played fetch with the dog. I was distracted, but having a good time. However, my auntie was growing more suspicious by the minute. She noticed the van driving past, and it ended up parking on the side of the road, right near where we were playing. My auntie came over and didn't say anything about the van, but suggested we leave. We did end up walking a little bit around the park, making sure the dog got more than a 5-minute run around, but we decided it would be best to now head back home. My auntie suggested we take a quicker way back. I imagine this was to perhaps try and catch the man in the van off guard and see if we could lose track of him. We ended up going down this alley/driveway type thing. I instantly noticed there was a man sitting down in this area. I suspected the man to be homeless. He muttered something to me, and I swear I heard him say, "I think he is following you," but I may have misheard him. We continued to walk through this area, and when we reached the end, we saw something that did not belong. There was some dog food just on the ground at the end of this area. My auntie was concerned and immediately thought this could have been placed by the man in the van. Then once again, we noticed the van. He was once again parked right near us. Was he trying to put the dog to sleep, or worse, so he could get to one of us or both of us? We were not hanging around to find out. We immediately rushed home. Later that night, I was sleeping on my auntie's couch, and I started hearing suspicious noises. I swear it sounded like someone climbing the fence to get into our backyard. Then I swear I could hear someone intentionally walking slowly just outside where I was sleeping. I was frozen with fear when suddenly all hell broke loose. I summoned the courage to look outside. I wanted to know that the dog was okay. When I looked out there, I saw no man, just the dog. He was walking towards the back door, but notably, I saw blood and bloody footprints. What on earth happened out there? I would never find out. I was certain this backyard scuffle was connected to the man in the van. I'm not sure if he wanted to get to me, my auntie, or maybe it was the dog he wanted. Either way, I am now always on the lookout for the man in the van. This happened to me when I was 11 years old. I wasn't the best sleeper, so I would often need my mum to take me upstairs and help me get to sleep. I was at a tough age when my dark room would scare me. Luckily, my mum had the secret touch to help me. She would tuck me in, kiss me goodnight, and this would make me feel better and less scared, which made me fall asleep a lot quicker. However, one night my mum was out and my nan was taking care of me. She was sleeping downstairs. I, of course, struggled to get to sleep, so kept myself occupied until I got tired. This took some time. I think maybe it was about 10 p.m. before I decided maybe it was time to try and get some sleep. It took some time. I ended up laying on my side and found that this worked. I finally fell asleep. I remember the night quite vividly. It was a clear night sky, nice big moon. I felt safe. However, this quickly changed. I started feeling this sudden sense of terror. Suddenly, my eyes burst open. I was full of fear. I had this unsettling feeling that someone or something was watching me. I made a mistake by looking at the end of my bed. A pair of eyes, terrifying eyes, were staring back at me. I tried to move, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. I could only move my thumb a little. I was completely stuck. I did not know what was going on. This demon, I will call it, was now on the move. I could hear it moving towards me, slowly, and then moving around my room. I've never felt so helpless. Suddenly, it dropped on all fours and started hurtling towards me. I've never seen such a terrifying movement. What sort of thing moves like that? It jumped on my bed, right on top of me, and proceeded to scratch my chest, or at least that's what it felt like. I could feel the pain. Next thing I knew, I could move again. I could lift my arm. It was over. I checked my chest and found no scratches. I rushed downstairs and saw my nana. She let me sleep with her, but when my mum came back home, I felt so much safer and was back in my bed. After talking to friends and such, I realized I had experienced sleep paralysis. The demon has not visited me again since, and I hope I never have to see those pair of eyes ever again.
I am a 22-year-old named Cassandra and I live in a small town. Growing up, there wasn't always chaos going on in the town and everyone pretty much knew each other. On this particular day though, about a year and a half ago now, it happened to be my sister's birthday and we spent it at a local restaurant. We all had a pretty good time, especially my sister. She is a simple type. She is content with having all the family together instead of having a crazy party. As the evening goes on, darkness settled in. We all noticed it was getting late and the restaurant was about to close. We all started to head out and said our goodbyes. My sister wanted to ride along with me. I remembered on the way back home that it was my turn to get groceries. My boyfriend and I would take turns and it was my turn. So my sister and I ended up shopping at a Walmart. There I did my shopping and we looked around, trying not to get distracted at things I didn't really need but things I really wanted. Within the 2 hours of us being there, we finally headed towards the self-checkout line. As we were walking there, my distraction got the better of me and I wanted to check out some sunglasses. There my sister and I were trying some on, but then all of a sudden a young lady that looked about in her early 30s approached us. She asked if we were from around town and proceeded to ask us about our religion. She goes on to tell us how she's in a Bible study group and if we were interested in joining her. Mind you, this was already late in the night, because when my sister and I took off for Walmart, it was already 11 at night. She then goes on to say we can meet up somewhere to have this Bible study session, out somewhere by a Target or elsewhere someday soon. But then the woman says something to us that seemed oddly strange to me. She said, "I also have pamphlets I give out, but they're in my car right now." My sister and I looked at each other strangely. The woman then asks us if we can exchange numbers so we can discuss this further at another time. Me being the person that I am, I politely said, "Well, I can get your number instead." She said sure, then proceeded to give it to me. When I asked her, "Hey, we never got your name by the way," she said her name was Zelda. From there we had to cut the conversation short because it was already getting late. Plus my boyfriend had called me asking what was taking so long. After we left, I never stopped to think why somebody like her would be out this late at night, at a store trying to recruit people for her Bible study sessions. About a week had passed. I was at work when my sister was blowing up my phone with messages. She then called me right after. I finally answered. My sister goes on to tell me something that almost puts me into shock. She said she was going through her Snapchat when she came across a friend's post saying, "Please be careful of your surroundings. There is a woman going around trying to lure young girls for what she's calling a Bible study group." When it turns out, this sick woman is actually trying to get these girls into a sex trafficking ring. When she told me that, a lot of things started running through my mind. Like, how long has she been doing this? Has she been watching us around the store? Or has she trapped some poor soul and they'll fall for it? That could have been us. All I have to say is to anybody that listens to this story, seriously, please make sure you check your surroundings. Anywhere you go. You just never know when it could be you. As for that Zelda girl, please, let's not ever meet again.
This story took place roughly around 20 years ago, just off the coast of South Australia. And this did not happen to me. This is a story I recall that happened to my father, one that he is happy for me to retell. One sunny day, he decided to do one of his favourite pastimes, fishing. He loved fishing, catching squid, flathead, it's all good stuff. However, there was always one that eluded him. The mulloway. Although he did not intend to catch the fish on this day, he had his spear gun ready just in case and intentionally placed himself in an area they are known to be in. He was enjoying the fish, just relaxing and taking in the peace of the open ocean. The fish weren't biting, but he wasn't too concerned, as he was just enjoying sitting back, relaxing, and was just overall having a good time. He said he's not sure what made him do it, but he decided to take a look down into the water. There it was, the ever elusive mulloway, going right under the boat. He rushed, grabbed his spear gun, and waited for his moment. Adrenaline was pumping. He felt so exhilarated and alive. He fired the spear gun. Success. It was a direct hit. He had no second thoughts and dived straight into the water. He had his eye on the mulloway the entire time, not losing sight of it. But while swimming down, he noticed something was not right. He noticed there was blood in the ocean, and the blood was not from the mulloway. Suddenly, he felt immense pain in his hand. He had a look, and sure enough, he was missing a finger. He used his spear gun with rubber, and he realized that in the heat of the moment, he must not have loaded the gun correctly, and when the spear gun fired the rubber, it must have hit his finger on the way, severing it. He had a concern. He was swimming in an area that has had recent sightings of sharks. A shark can smell a drop of blood in the ocean from kilometers away. This was a real cause for concern. My dad made a decision that, although he does not regret, sees how it was not the best move. He proceeded to dive to get his fish. He grabs the mulloway and he heads back to the boat. When he was swimming back for the boat, his sixth sense kicked into gear. He didn't feel alone. He felt a presence, an immense presence. He didn't know if it was a shark, but refused to turn to sea. He threw the mull away into the boat and sped off. When he was speeding off, he swears he saw a shark fin pop out of the water and circle. He was sure this shark wanted to feast on him. Nonetheless, he sped home and rushed to the hospital. He of course took a selfie of himself holding the mull away before he left. He says he's learnt a valuable lesson. You never know what's lurking out there in the deep blue.
This story took place when I was 8 years old in Indonesia, where I grew up. My mother and I were at the local market to buy our food supplies, which was a regular trip for us. On this particular day, it was pretty crowded and my mum was busy buying things, and I managed to lose her for a split second. Out came this creepy man. He must have been 50 or something, but could have been more. His face was full of wrinkles. He was wearing ragged clothing. At first he didn't say anything. He just stared and smiled at me. This made me feel very uneasy. Next thing I knew, he tried to grab me. Thankfully, my mum saw me and quickly came over and protected me from the man. She asked the man what he was doing and he didn't say anything back. He just left. We went home after this, and on our way, my mum asked me what had happened. Me being a shy girl, I didn't say anything and we left it at that. The very next day, I went to the market by myself. I did have worries that I would encounter the man again, but figured it would be unlikely. But of course I was wrong. Once again I ran into him. As he walked over to me, I was disgusted to see that he was wearing nothing but trousers. He must have realised I was alone as he started talking to me. He said that I was very beautiful, that my body was just perfect. My eyes, my hair, my small lips, everything. He even said he would love to marry me. Imagine that, an 8-year-old girl marrying a 50-year-old man. This creeped me out. I ran as quickly as I could without looking behind me until I got home. I told my mum what had happened, and she was shocked and scared for me. She forbade me from going to that market. From now on, she'll just go by herself. 2 months went by. Things started going back to normal, and I did not see the old, creepy man in that time. Me and my mum decided we would go to the market together again, and we felt relieved that we didn't see him there. But on our walk back home from the market, we were once again confronted by that same man. He said hello to me and started saying similar things to last time, like that he wanted to marry me, that I am the most beautiful woman in the world, and that he thinks I'd make a great wife. He even said to my mum that he thought I was so cute and that he would literally die because of my cuteness. Then he said he doesn't mind if he has to kill my mum if she does not agree with our marriage. This was maybe the most unsettling comment of all. I am so sick of this man. He made me want to cry. I just wanted to go home. My mum was so angry. She looked like she wanted to beat the man, but I grabbed her and we got away again. I felt so gross. It was the most disgusting thing ever. When we arrived at home, my mum told my dad what had happened. He was so furious and spent some time trying to look up the man on the internet, but no luck. Weeks later, me and my elder sister went to the market since our parents were very busy. My sister is a strong, brave and tough girl, so I felt safe going with her. Plus we did not see the man at the market, so maybe he had finally moved on from that area. But once again, I was very wrong. When my sister and I were on our way home, the creepy man came out of nowhere and tried to kidnap me. I tried to scream, but he covered my mouth. My sister helped me by throwing her shoes at the man. It hit him right in the face with force. This made the man run away, and my sister and I rushed home back to safety. Now I am 16 years old. I have unfortunately been through these situations a lot. I am always getting catcalled, and I never wear any sexy clothing or anything. I always seem to have creeps stalking me or obsessed with me. This made me want to die and makes me feel as disgusting as that old man did. Sexual harassment is everywhere. You need to be careful. Anyone can get harassed, especially children. Please take care of yourself, and please take care of your children.
This story took place on a cold and rainy day. My mum and I needed to do our weekly shopping, so we headed to the local Walmart to get the things that we needed. It was a typical day at our local shop. Not many people there. It was a nice and peaceful shop so far. We grabbed our trolley and we headed down aisle 8. I really needed to go to the bathroom, and I hung on as long as I could, but eventually I asked my mum if I could go, and thankfully she said yes. So I headed to the bathroom, entered the room, and I did my business. As an 8-year-old boy, I'd been taught about stranger danger, so I always tried my best to stay aware. I noticed this man, not sure if he was homeless, but he was dirty, ragged looking, and I noticed he was talking to himself. I ignored him and I just washed my hands. I noticed the man had started walking over to me with a big, greasy smile accompanying him. He asked me if I wanted some candy. I just had a tooth pulled. I said no. The man always seemed friendly, had a smile, but after I said no to him, everything changed. Suddenly the man grabbed me, would not let go. I felt helpless. I found the strength to elbow him, and thankfully this loosened his grip enough to set myself free. Without purpose, I started running down some random aisle. I had no idea if he was chasing me or not. The only thing I had in my mind was to just get away, and I bumped into this guy. He could tell I was distressed, and he asked what was wrong. I immediately said this guy in the bathroom had grabbed me. The man called 911, and then he entered the bathroom and met this guy smiling back at him. He detained the man and performed a citizen's arrest. The police swooped on the area really quickly, which I was thankful for. They arrested the man without incident, and they took him away. I am not sure what he wanted with me. I think I would have been happier not knowing. But the police would later tell me that he was known to them. He was a registered sex offender and had recently been released months prior after raping 3 children. I was speechless. It took some time to recover from this, but now I feel comfortable shopping at my local Walmart again. But it's safe to say I don't use the bathroom anymore. I'm not sure what happened to the man that grabbed me. I'm hoping he's back in prison. The world would be a better place without him roaming the streets.
I was on guard duty. I was on the second floor of the courthouse as I needed to keep an eye on a dangerous criminal. He was allowed to assist in his own defense, so he was allowed to access the law library. The judge decided he did not need to have handcuffs or leg shackles and was allowed to walk freely throughout the library. I briefly stepped out of the library to take a smoke and I locked him in. When I came back, I unlocked and opened the door. To my horror, the room was completely empty. He was nowhere to be seen. He must have escaped. This was an unprecedented event. We've never had someone get away before. This was a first. He was later quoted saying, "The guard went outside for a smoke. The windows are open and the fresh air is blowing through and the sky is blue." And I said, "I'm ready to go." And I walked up to the window and I jumped out. Honest to God, I just got sick and tired of being locked up. The police put roadblocks up at each end of town so we couldn't escape. We later learned that he fled to the mountains to avoid capture. He had no plan, but knew he had to stay out of town for now whilst everyone was looking for him. He ended up finding an unused cabin and survived there for several days. He headed back into town, and to his luck, he managed to find an unlocked car with the keys in the ignition and takes it. Later that night, sat a police officer stationed on the side of the road. A car passes him and he notices the driver driving erratically. He pulls the driver over and pulls a light on the driver. He instantly recognizes him as the escaped convict and is arrested without incident. I felt such relief that this man managed to be captured and would face the crimes he had committed. I later learned that he managed to escape law enforcement once again, but eventually would be captured again and would never see the light of day. I no longer take smoke breaks.
I hear a knock on the door. It must be another trick-or-treater. However, I immediately had concerns as the knocking did not stop until I reached the door, but I did assume it was kids who were just excited. I opened the door to see a grown man by himself. He was tall, skinny but athletic, and his face was covered by a mask. He was holding a bowl at his waist which had a few candies in it. I smiled at him and gave him some candy. I said, "There you go, have a good night." As I went to close the door, he said,
I need to use your phone. There's been an accident.
It was Halloween night. My little brother was excited for trick-or-treating. Me being a 16-year-old girl, I felt I was a bit too old to go trick-or-treating. I managed to strike a deal with my parents. They would take my little brother trick-or-treating, and I would stay home and give candy to the trick-or-treaters who knock on our door. I had a few visitors throughout the night, cute kids in their cute outfits, in their element as I gave them plenty of candy. It was following this that the man in the mask knocked on my door. I did have suspicions, as this was a grown man trick-or-treating, but I thought to myself that maybe he had some disabilities and just loved to still go trick-or-treating. I was not going to be the one that spoiled that for him. When he asked,
I need to use your phone. There's been an accident.
I thought how deep and scary his voice was. I was caught so off guard. I responded, "Oh no, is everything okay? Haven't you got your phone on you?" He continued to stare at me and didn't speak. After a bit of a pause, he repeated,
I need to use your phone. There's been an accident.
I was concerned. The man wasn't going to give up. I then told him, "I'm going to shut the door and call the police to help you. Just give me a minute." I went to shut the door and I felt it push back. I was confused. Then I looked down. He's blocked the door from shutting with his foot. He then said,
Someone's been hurt. I need to use your phone.
Suddenly I could hear the sound of kids laughing and footsteps. I watched as his foot slowly backed away. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I ran to the kitchen and picked up a landline and also my mobile phone. I called the police on one and my mum on the other. I explained to both of them at the same time what was happening. As I was talking, I had the urge to peek out the kitchen window. To my horror, there he was on the other side of the window. The man in the mask just stood there staring at me. I screamed and accidentally dropped my mobile, smashing it. Luckily, I still had the landline which I was using to call my mum. I yelled into the phone so he could hear me telling my mum there was a man trying to get in the house. I bent down to pick up my mobile. When I stood back up, he was out of sight. My parents and the police arrived quickly. There was nobody around. The man was gone. I haven't seen him since that night, but every so often when I am in my room, I spend a lot of time looking out of my window due to paranoia. I fear for the day I look out there and he will be there, staring back at me.
One dark night, I was on duty and experiencing one of the coldest nights of my life. Thankfully, I had a large burning fire keeping me company and soothing my cold, freezing self. This was still preferable to my time battling in jungles and other tough terrain throughout the Pacific. But this didn't mean I didn't encounter some trouble. I realized quickly I wasn't alone. On the other side of the fire, I noticed something angry. It was staring at me and exposing its fangs. After experiencing tough times on the battlefield, my healing process began during my post-war occupation duty. Japan had surrendered, and this was my last step before finally heading home. My stay was largely uneventful until one night I encountered an enemy I'd never had to face before. This beast, as I called it at the time, had the look of pure evil on its face and looked ready to take me down. I instantly pulled out my pistol and pointed it at the beast. We stared at each other. I think the beast had been stalking me patiently for some time and stopped in its tracks because I eventually spotted it. The stare down continued until eventually it must have decided to give up and quickly disappeared into the shadows. I still didn't know what I was dealing with. I was on duty again the next night and ensured to be on alert in case this beast decided to return. Suddenly, I hear a sound. What is it? I couldn't figure it out. It was getting louder and more frequent. I suddenly realized what it was, the sound of footsteps. Who on earth could this be? Why are they in such a rush? I then realized the footsteps were turning into a full-on sprint. I, for the second night in a row, pulled out my pistol. From afar in the dim light, I saw a young Chinese man. He's running towards me. He was yelling for help and looked absolutely petrified. As he ran towards me, I noticed something behind him, chasing him with ferocious pace. It was dark, but I saw his eyes. I recognized those eyes. The beast had returned. I was prepared to fire when the beast was out of the darkness. I suddenly realized what I was up against. It was a dog, a magnificent German shepherd. I came to realize this was the most tremendous, beautiful dog I'd ever seen. Being such a huge dog lover myself, I could not bear to pull the trigger, even under those dangerous circumstances. I'd never killed a dog, and I couldn't imagine myself having to pull the trigger and end its life. What irony it was. Not even months before, I had fought in many famous battles and killed fellow humans without any hesitance or remorse. Now this huge, snarling, vicious dog was threatening me and this Chinese man, and I couldn't shoot it, although I again was pointing the pistol right at him. For the second night in a row, we were at a standoff. Another stare down, more growling, neither ready to back down. I again stood my ground, did not fire a single shot. Once again, thankfully, the dog faded away into the shadows. After reporting the incident, I learnt how this dangerous dog managed to get to me 2 nights in a row. I was told that this big dog was a real threat. Apparently he was one of several trained guard dogs the Japanese had used in patrolling nearby areas before they surrendered. After the Japanese surrendered and evacuated, they decided to release the dogs so they could cause as much trouble as possible. I'm glad I did not have to destroy this magnificent beast, but I'm also glad he didn't destroy me nor the young Chinese man. I never ran into another one after this night, but was always having a good look into the darkness. This story began just like any other day. It was a warm, sunny morning, around 8 a.m. I believe. I was doing some work in the front yard, as I always liked having a good looking yard. Little did I know such drama was about to unfold. Whilst watering my front yard, I noticed my neighbour heading for her car. It was this moment that I first saw him, running with such urgency, eyes wild. He was quickly approaching my neighbour. After all this occurred, I learned what led this man to be running down my street. It began on a bus. A man was on the bus, listening to heavy metal music and keeping to himself. This man was extremely dangerous, wanted for multiple burglaries, homicides, and other atrocities. Little did he know that his face was plastered all over every newspaper that morning, declaring him the killer, and his bus was heading directly into trouble. Well, trouble for him. He hopped off the bus and decided to head to the local shop and grab himself a tasty treat. When he entered the store, he noticed there was 2 ladies looking at him, but he thought nothing of it. He had a look at the treats and was making his decision when he turned and saw the ladies talking and looking at him. He heard them say the words, "Killer, killer." He wasn't sure what was happening, but then he saw the newspaper. It had his face on the front. The jig was up. Everyone knew who he was. It was time to make a run for it. He grabbed a copy and ran out of the store. The store owner too recognized him and called the police. Now we could hear sirens, police helicopters. They were closing in. He could see everyone in the neighborhood was staring at him. He noticed a couple of young boys started following him on bikes. He told them he had a gun, and they were quick to stop following. He now was about to enter my street, and nobody in my neighborhood could have ever predicted what was about to unfold. As mentioned, I was watering my front yard, minding my own business, when I first saw him approach my neighbor from across the road. He ran up to her and demanded the keys, but she refused, so he proceeded to punch her in the stomach and then take them. I heard her scream, saying, "Killer, killer." She was on the ground in pain, and I saw him struggling to start the car. I was about to rush over to her aid when I saw her husband burst out of the front yard. He started banging on the car with the metal bar, demanding he get out of the car, but of course, he didn't listen. And so the husband proceeded to beat the man profusely until he managed to slip away. But the husband wasn't finished. Furious, he decided to chase the man. But he wasn't alone. The whole neighborhood also began chasing the man. He couldn't stay away from the angry mob, and eventually, they chased him down. They were angry about the fear he had instilled in them over the past 14 months he had eluded capture. Fortunately, and ironically for the killer, the police arrived and likely saved his life. He was arrested and taken to prison. The neighborhood can now sleep safe knowing that he is no longer on the run or on the loose. It was time for him to pay the price for the crimes he committed. I just finished watching the Christmas carols on TV for the night, and it was time for bed. Normally, on Christmas Eve I would struggle to sleep, but on this occasion, I fell straight to sleep. I heard a noise. It scared me more than I've ever been scared. I could not see very well. As my eyes were adjusting, the man slowly creeped towards me. It was Christmas Eve. My mum agreed to host my cousins for a dinner, and we would separate and be with our other families for Christmas Day. It was the end of the 90s, and my youth was at the beginning of the end. My cousin and I continued our Christmas ritual. We would lay down on the trampoline and stare into the night sky. We were looking for Rudolph's red nose shining bright and would point out when we saw it. Looking back, even as a kid, I knew I was likely pointing at random lights, likely coming from aeroplanes. But I enjoyed the what-if scenario. What if it really was Rudolph? I was still a believer. The night ended, and everyone went home. I headed to bed, and for the first time in years on Christmas Eve, I fell asleep easily. I never heard him come through the window. I only woke up when he stepped on a random Christmas cracker. I opened my eyes. I struggled to adapt to the light, and initially everything was a blur. But I had no doubt I saw the big man in the red and white suit. But straight away, his behaviour didn't fit the man known for being so kind, gentle and jolly. He pointed his finger at my lips. Initially I cowered. I got my first good look at Santa. He looked like he had had a rough year. His beard was ruffled and something was off. The only thing he ever said was, "Shh, shh." I thought he might have spoken more, or at least taken up on my offer of milk and cookies I left for him. Instead, without speaking, he left via my bedroom door. I got up and sprinted for the Christmas tree. Eagerly awaiting my presents, I approached the legendary family tree and came to realize something was not right. There were no presents under the tree. It was bare. All I could see was a red note. It said, "Follow me," and had ribbon leading to outside. I rolled my eyes. My mum must be playing a trick on me. No presents. Yeah, right. Like she would do that to me. I followed the ribbon, expecting loads of presents in the real location. When I reached the end, I saw another note. It said, "Enjoy the bike." And yet, there was no bike to be seen. I looked everywhere. I decided to go inside and confront my mother. Why would she perform this cruel trick on me? But then I saw her sat by our Christmas tree. She was visibly upset. I asked her what happened to all the presents. She said, "I think there was a mistake with Santa this year. Don't stress. I contacted him and he will be delivering your presents this weekend." I was a kid. I was naive. I blindly accepted this, but I was still confused. Mum said Santa didn't come, but I caught him the night before. He was delivering the presents. I forgot about this moment quickly. It wasn't until years later that I told her about this incident. She couldn't believe what I was saying. There was a man in your room late at night and you never told me? As an adult, I realized there was no way this man was Santa, but a real-life stranger. A creep. My mum theorizes that the man I saw was in fact my dad. She thinks he was angry about the payments he had to make so she could provide for me. So as revenge, he decided to steal all our presents. But as I look back, I remember the man vividly. I did not recognize him. There's no way this man was my dad. I think about this moment a lot. Why did he do this? But what haunts me more than anything is that if this man wasn't Santa Claus, then who was he? Before the fundraiser began, we had to show a VIP a little something, as they had won a competition that meant they got to see one of our most fearsome predators. We approached the back of the enclosure when I realized something was horribly wrong. The cage we were due to be at was wide open, and this meant we were face to face with one of the most fearsome predators in the world. One early evening, I was trusted to organize a fundraiser for my local zoo as they were trying to raise funds for endangered animals. As a ploy to raise money, we created a competition where the winner could get up close and personal with one of our most tremendous predators, behind safe, clear glass, of course. The winner was chosen, and I was to guide them to the back of the enclosure before the fundraiser began, so they could meet the animal. Little did I know that there would be a major miscommunication that led to the back door of the enclosure to be wide open. When we reached the enclosure, I think we were in just as much shock as the predator was. There was nothing between us. It was 5 feet away from us and could easily attack. It was the fearsome Bengal tiger. It had locked onto our competition winner. This young girl was frozen and did not know what to do. Luckily, in the early stages, she made the right decisions. She locked eyes with the tiger and did not look away and was backing away slowly. However, she made her first bad decision. She turned her back on the tiger. The tiger pounced on her, knocking her to the ground. I called for security. Luckily, they were nearby. They drew out their weapon and realized the tiger was not going to stop attacking this poor lady. He fired at the animal, and it quickly scurried away. I rushed quickly behind the tiger and slammed the enclosure shut. Unfortunately for the lady, she had severe injuries from the tiger attack, and it turned out the security guard actually missed the tiger altogether and actually shot this poor woman in the hip. She was rushed to the hospital and fortunately survived, but it was a long, long road to recovery for her. Fortunately, the tiger was not put down. It was not the tiger's fault it was in this position. It just felt threatened. The lady was later told that had she encountered a tiger that was used to hunting, that was from the wild, she likely would not have survived the ordeal. But because she was attacked by an amateur, young tiger, it was not as skilled at hunting, which meant she was likely spared from the most awful of fates. Remember, if you're ever unlucky enough to encounter a tiger, maintain eye contact and back away slowly. I was in the attic of my late stepfather's home. He had very recently passed away, and it was my job to clean out his house so I could then sell it. Tucked away in the corner, I found an old dusty cardboard box. Of course, curiosity would get the better of me, and I opened the box. At first, it didn't seem like there was much in the box, but I began to dig deeper, and that was when I saw it. My stepdad died suddenly and peacefully one night, and it was up to me to organise the funeral. My mother passed away years ago. In his later years, my stepdad mostly kept to himself. He didn't really have any friends or anything like that. I had trouble tracking down any old friends from his younger years that may have liked to attend his funeral, so ended up just being me and my brother. Whilst we were at his tombstone, I noticed a shadowy man in the distance behind a tree. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of their face, and I felt like I recognized it, as difficult as it was to see. As eerie and spooky as it was, the man vanished, and it wasn't until later that I properly thought about the incident. It was the following weekend. I started cleaning his house and came across that suspicious, dusty cardboard box. I didn't know what I was expecting to find. I was just curious as it had a lot of old stuff in there and maybe I could find something of value. But what I did find completely shook me. It was a newspaper from a long time ago. The headline was eye-catching. It read, "Man kills entire family, gets death sentence." But what disturbed me wasn't so much the headline, it was the photo accompanying it. There was a man in handcuffs being escorted by police. It was unmistakable. The man in this picture looked exactly like my late stepfather. I rushed downstairs. Thankfully, I was yet to pack his computer away. It didn't take too long for me to find details on the crime and the assailant. I won't be going into any details, but it read that this man killed his whole family and was given a death sentence. It was later commuted to life in jail. He was released after just 8 years and released on parole. The man would later change his name and start a new life. I was in shock. I could not recall any indication that he was a man capable of this. He was kind, respectful, and never violent. I did, however, remember something from my childhood. Many times, I recall waking up in the middle of the night to my door slightly ajar. Once my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed there was someone staring at me from the door. It was my stepfather. This sent chills down my spine. Did he do this as he was perhaps thinking of wiping us out so he could start a new family? I'll never know. I then realized why the face I saw at the funeral was so familiar. It was that same stare my stepfather would give me when looking into my room at night. Was he the man at his own funeral? Was it perhaps a son nobody knew about? I had to push this to the back of my mind. I'm just glad that I managed to survive my childhood, because he had many opportunities to wipe us out as well. They made a spur-of-the-moment decision to go to the park. He knew the area well, and he was looking forward to showing his lady certain parts. As they walked further, it got darker and darker to the point they could barely see anything. This is when his body told him that something wasn't right. Then suddenly, it happened. This happened many years ago now. A young couple were on their first date, and although it had begun awkwardly, when the man asked the lady if she wanted to take a peaceful midnight stroll in Quack Park, she accepted. He suggested this as it was a new moon and they would be able to appreciate more stars lighting up the night sky. They chose an area he knew quite well and found it to be a peaceful and overall relaxing midnight walk. The feeling of the walk, however, would soon change as they were reaching an area that was much darker. The man started to get a bad feeling, but decided to ignore it and continue enjoying their blissful walk. Although she did not mention it at the time, the woman too had the same feeling. Something did not seem right. It was dead silent. All they could hear was the sound of their own feet hitting the ground. The bad feeling returns to the male once again when suddenly his foot hits something soft in the middle of the path. He stops in confusion, that bad feeling stronger than ever. He didn't know what he stood on, and his date also couldn't figure out what it was. Though they later admitted they weren't trying their best to have a good look as they were scared. They both decide not to investigate further and get the hell out of there. They finally listen to their sixth sense. This event quickly disappeared from their memories and life went on. But years later, the now married couple were at home watching an interview featuring a serial killer. The serial killer was asked, "At what point were you the closest to being caught but managed to get away?" The man responded, "I once lured a girl to Quack Park and had just killed her when I heard footsteps and laughter coming my way. With no time to hide the body, I quickly hid behind a tree just as they were coming past me. I could see them coming towards me, heading straight for the body. They were oblivious to me in the shadows, ready to pounce. I watched the man walk straight into the body of the girl. Although he looked confused, I was sure he knew what he had just found. But for some reason, they stared at each other for a while and just turned around and walked away. The serial killer sat there smug, remembering the incident and feeling how powerful he was, knowing no one had caught him in the act. The married couple couldn't believe what they were hearing. They think back to that very night and are somewhat relieved they didn't identify the soft thing he had walked into, because had they done so, who knows what the serial killer would have done. Would he have committed more murders to cover up his initial one? Thankfully, the man paid for his crimes and is no longer a threat